right, let's go ahead and start our meeting. Thanks everyone for coming. This is our big budget night. But we've got a few more things to go through first before we get there. There's agendas on the podium by the back door if you want to follow along. All right, so first up, we've got no recognitions, proclamations, or presentations. So we're going to go into consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Are there any items that a member of the commission wishes to remove? All right. Are there any items that a member of the public wishes to remove from the consent agenda? Okay. What number would you like to remove?
Number 11.
Okay. First, we'll go through it, and then we'll come back to number 11. Any other items that someone wishes to remove? Okay. So I'll accept a motion for the approval of the consent addition with the exclusion of number 11. Let me read out number 11 real quick. Approve a site plan for the Jayhawk Bookstore at 1420 Crescent Road. All right, so would someone like to make a motion for the consent agenda with the exclusion of number 11 with the addition of claims for 303 vendors for an amount of $4,702,653.90?
So moved. Second.
All right, motion made by Vice Mayor Boley, seconded by Commissioner Amix. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So the motion passes unanimously. So now we'll go on to number 11. So come on up to the podium. I'll read the full description. Make sure you sign in and state your name for the camera when you're ready to speak. So number 11 is to approve a site plan for the conversion of the former Jayhawk Bookstore at 1420 Crescent Road to McLean's Market, retaining the second-story apartments. All right, so what's your name and what do you think?
My name is Jennifer Godar, and I'm representing Chi Omega Sorority House, which are neighbors to the Jayhawk Bookstore property. And my question is, with the zoning change, what are the implications of things we've struggled with in the past as far as rezoning, alcohol, hour limitations, things like that, traffic to the area property? I know there's some changes being proposed to parking, things of that nature. And we're on the historic registry, so that makes me even a little bit more concerned as to what's going on in that property.
Okay, Scott, do you want to handle this?
Are there other comments? Maybe we could get all of them and I can address everything at once if that's your pleasure. I don't know if there were are there other speakers?
Well, I can get to public comment after you,
Okay.
but after you explain to her perhaps.
We have a prepared slideshow that Mary Miller, the planner, was working on, but I can speak generally to the questions. When this property was rezoned a few years ago to the MU district, the concern at that point was for a bar use with its relative closeness, proximity to the campus. A bar can only be established with a special use permit in the MU district. When we rezoned it to MU, though, there was a condition placed on the zoning that any site plan come to this body so that any concerns or issues that the neighborhood had could be mitigated by the governing body if they hadn't been mitigated already by the developer and staff in our process. So that's why you're seeing the site plan on your agenda tonight. Again, Mary can give you a full review and presentation of it. It's a change in use. It did receive a variance from parking standards through the Board of Zoning Appeals. And so if there are specific issues to talk about tonight, we can do that, and we can give you that presentation if you like.
So were you aware of any of the conditions on this permit? Are you wanting to kind of protest them? I know protest has a legal definition, and I don't mean that way, but...
I read through all the attachments, the site plan, and I didn't see any indication one way or another with regards to alcohol or anything with regards to the business itself that's going to be in that facility. So
how is alcohol
Yeah,
limited?
they would be eligible to request a drinking establishment license, which would give them the ability to serve alcohol, but they also would have to meet a food requirement of 55%, which is how our code defines bars versus restaurants.
So they can't be a strictly bar or
Correct.
tavern or club. They would have to be, it would have to be an accessory bar where 55%
It would have to be part of their
of their
restaurant
sales
use.
are
Right.
part of the restaurant. Do you think that satisfies your concern, or?
That's concerning.
Okay,
And I believe the site plan shows for a patio out front, which then gets even closer to our property, which is concerning because it does seem to read that that would be accessible for dining.
okay. Well, is this something that, Marcus, that we would tackle tonight, or should we defer it to a regular agenda item so that people will have time to come and speak?
I think I defer.
Okay, okay. Well, if the rest of the commission wishes to. Let me see if there's any other public comment,
Thank you.
but that's where we're planning on doing. Any other public comment on this item? Come on up.
Okay. My name's Debbie Schrader, and when I've been to all the zoning things and everything, and I was told initially 25% alcohol. And then you just said 55, so I'm wondering where, and I bet if you looked back through the records, that's what we've been told.
Okay.
So that would be, the alcohol's my concern too.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
The ordinance standard is 55, correct?
On the definition of bar versus restaurant, yes.
So
And it
where
looked like
would they
there-
have said 25?
And I'm not sure, we could look at some of the other minutes. Mayor, I would note that I understand that the developer is also, on a timeline to get the project approved or get a decision on the project. So if deferred to, the closest next hearing would be good to keep the notice requirements going and to get a decision on the development maybe.
It looked like there was a third person that wanted to speak back there, but you don't have to. Just say your name for the people watching at home and,
Kurt Look, live at 1513 Crescent. My question has to do with a subsequent use. If this business changes hands and something new happens, does a new site plan come before your body so you can make a determination whether that use is appropriate for the space?
Typically, yes, any change in use would require site plan approval by the governing body in this particular parcel.
But change in use, if there's still fast food or that kind of thing, it would not come in front of you because it's...
Correct, because it's site plan for that use. So if it's a change in brand, then they would not need a site plan review.
So if this was like a fried chicken place, that could go in there?
Correct.
It could. Okay, I think that's of concern. This particular use doesn't concern me, but I'm worried about the future. And that this is a slippery slope where it gets more and more dense. I think that should be a concern of the commission.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on this item?
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilman. I'm David Hamby with BG Consultants. We're representing the owners and the tenants of the property. I just wanted to point out, I know Mary's the planner on the project. We've had an open house meeting where we invited all the neighborhood within 200 feet plus the 2 neighborhood associations. And we've had a BZA hearing, variance granted. And I know that notice was given to this as well as far as planning department sent out a notice. But the owners are on a timeline trying to get this thing built, and it's been quite a long process so far, so I did ask just for quick consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment on this item? So, come on up.
Sorry. I'm Steve Munch. I live on Crescent Road, and I would just ask that you all defer this decision for a later date. I understand the constraints that the business is working within, but this is something that has been important to the neighborhood in the past and continues to be important as we look to the future. So I think it warrants full consideration. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, so when do you think this could come back next?
I would suggest that we return at the next available full meeting, which would be the 15th. And I think what you want to do is actually make a motion to that effect. This meeting was noticed, as I understand it, so to avoid recirculating a notice provision which would defer it even longer, I'd suggest that you make the motion deferring to the date certain of the 15th. I think that's the next regular meeting. The other thing I would say, I would encourage those that have these concerns to send an email into Mr. McCullough so that he can kind of get to the specific questions that have been raised, not just tonight, but anybody else, so that we can come prepared to have that information available for the commission in their deliberation.
Yeah, it sounds like there's some miscommunication, still some questions that need to be answered, so that would be
Right.
good. If the developer and plan director can work on those before the 15th.
Right.
Okay, well, any other discussion by the commission?
May I speak?
Public comment, sure. Last one. Come up and say your name and sign in.
My name is John Emanuels, and I'm one of the investors in the project. And we have followed the rules. We've submitted. We've notified. We are the use is within the boundaries of the mixed-use zoning that was negotiated and worked out several years ago. And so I'm confused of what further discussion there would be.
Well, it sounds like your neighbors need some questions answered, further
I
information
understand,
as
and
well.
I completely respect that,
Mhm.
but it seems redundant. The mixed-use zoning that discussed future uses and legacy uses and all that was worked through several years ago and agreed to and passed, and we purchased the property with those boundaries in place, and we've been working within those boundaries.
Well, I appreciate your frustration, but it just seems like procedurally that would be the best way to go right now, is to make sure that your neighbors are on board and understand at least everything that's going on. I know as someone that is involved with that, several times, that it does get frustrating when people aren't as involved, but,
I'm not frustrated.
okay, good.
I don't understand why put it out when the notices have been made. Everybody that has been noticed and been aware has had opportunity to submit and it be heard. We are listening, and so I'm not frustrated. I don't see the benefit of carrying on.
Yeah, that's why you're not a politician.
I'm not. I'm not.
All right, next week.
Thank
Any
you.
other commission discussion? Okay, well, I'll go ahead and make the motion to defer this item then to the 15th of August. Is there a second to that?
Second.
All right, so motion made by Mayor Soden, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. So the 15th will be our date. Thank you all for coming out. All right, so now we're on to public comment. Addressing the commission. The public is allowed to speak to any items or issues that are not scheduled onto the agenda after first being recognized by the mayor. Each person, I don't know what's going on with these.
Started to do something.
All right. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes for public comment, which, by the way, that's a new rule. Got the shot clock. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss, debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up if necessary. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone, sign in, and state their name and address. Speakers should address all comments, questions to the commission. All right. Any public comment? KT.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is KT Walsh, and I live at 732 Rhode Island. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I timed this at home, so I should come in right at 3 minutes. Tonight, I represent all the owners of homes in the 700 block of Rhode Island Street. None of us are opposed to a downtown grocery store across the street, as long as it is truly affordable and the design respects the North Rhode Island Street Residential National Historic District. The Prequan Thrills raid McAllister House at 724 Rhode Island, which is on the local historic register, the downtown design guidelines, the Journal World building, now the old that was the old post office, and the Eldridge Hotel. The grocery apartment project is on a fast track now since they have the required zoning. The developers had their one meeting to show the project to the 5 neighborhoods affected. and told us that any more concerns can be voiced at the Historic Resources Commission and to you, our city commissioners. We find ourselves at a distinct disadvantage as we evaluate the mass and scale of the proposed project, along with tenant, shoppers, and employee parking, noise, including loud pool parties, which have begun at 9th in New Hampshire, garbage smells, traffic lighting, safety, and of course the effect on the historic districts and the registered properties. The problem is that we're not privy to the Traynor Fleming Compton plans for a conference center with new structures to the north of the grocery store across 7th Street down to the Riverfront Mall. If we are not allowed to study their plans, we cannot figure out how the grocery apartments project will affect the neighborhood and the downtown. And this is also, we're not going to start our downtown plan as a city until next year. And this is happening before we go into that process. When Mayor Soden was just a lowly commissioner, she asked Bill Fleming, the project's attorney and investor in the project, to present those conference center plans in public at a city commission meeting. I was there and I take careful and copious notes. Instead, he sent them to the commissioners only rather than making them public record so the citizens can see them. This lack of transparency impedes our efforts to plan for our future as immediate property owners. I'm almost done. Barry Queen, the owner of Price Chopper, has said that he will have 140 to 150 employees, of course not all working at the same time, and the majority will be part-time. We've been told by the developers that those employees will be told to park north of 7th Street in the underutilized city lot and in the Riverfront Mall public spaces. So we need to know what will be happening north of 7th Street, both while the grocery store apartments are being built and if and when the conference center is being built. Will the staging area for the grocery apartments be north of 7th? Will the lots accommodate the employees for their shifts? If when the conference center is being built, will we lose that employee parking during and after construction? We've all seen, I have 3 seconds. We have all seen how the 4 buildings along New Hampshire affect the next one, and it is not too late to look at how the grocery apartments will interact with the property north of 7th and the neighborhood. We, the property owners in the 700 block of Rhode Island Street, ask you to make those plans public. Thank you.
Thank you, KT. Any other public comment?
I'm Barbara Swinson, and I'm a homeowner and property owner in the city of Lawrence. And I know this is kind of after the horses got out of the barn, but it seems inequitable to me that property owners are paying for the police situation because everybody who visits, all students, everybody who resides in Lawrence will benefit, but the property owners are the one who are footing the bill. Seems inequitable to me.
Thank you. Public comment, we talk about things that are not on the agenda, but we will definitely keep that comment in mind when we get to that topic.
Oh, your pen isn't working.
Oh, we have more there. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name's Ted Boyle. I'm president of North Lawrence Improvement, and I'm also on the grocery store group since its beginning 5 years ago, advocating for a grocery store at the Borders building. And we meet every Thursday morning at 9 o'clock at the Capital City Bank conference room, except for the 4th Thursday, and we meet at the library at 6 p.m. in the evening. And all the meetings are public meetings. They are open to the public. And we have been advocating for this grocery store, like I say, for better than 5 years. And also the people on Rhode Island Street, we have advocated for them regarding this grocery store and the potential problems, whether it be parking, curb cut, lighting, noise, truck unloading, whatever it is. And we have addressed those, and I think that you all received a copy of the frequently asked questions here a few months ago. And if you didn't, I'll be sure to get you some more, but I remember bringing those out here. But anyway, first thing I want to address is You know, the things that were concerned on Rhode Island Street was parking and the curb cut. That's what it was down to. And the curb cut, you know, on Rhode Island, we don't really see, the grocery store group doesn't see a need for that, a have-to thing. Other plans can be drawn if the exit needs to be behind the building and come out on 7th Street. And also the parking situation, it's been discussed whether each resident on Rhode Island Street would have a designated parking place for them, whether it would be permit parking or just to make sure that they had parking on their street, and also do away with that curb cut. Now, the development of the 600 block of New Hampshire Conference Center, whatever it speculated to be, you know, that's so far down the line. It has nothing to do with the grocery store. It has nothing to do with the success of the grocery store. The grocery store, you know, Price Chopper, Mr. Barry Queen, has stuck with this project for over 3.5 years. And studies have been done, marketing studies have been done, and this location is very viable to this grocery store. Downtown and also the surrounding neighborhood around the grocery store. You know, food desert. We have a food desert right downtown. East Lawrence, North Lawrence, Pinckney, Old West Lawrence, Brook Creek, all in the food desert downtown. Now that's something to have our downtown in a food desert. That's not having available healthy food within a mile of the grocery store. So I would just like to say that, you know, this grocery store, it is needed. It is needed for the community,
Thank you,
not
Ted.
only the neighborhood.
Thank you, Ted. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment of a general nature for items not on the agenda?
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. On 23rd Street, there's road construction going on, and they lowered the speed limit to 20 miles an hour. And I think it's a bit slow because I go 22 and cops and city buses are going faster than me. And if city officials can't obey the speed limit, why should I? And I really don't like speeding in construction zones, and right now, because I'm going the speed limit, I feel like I'm obstructing the rest of traffic because no one else is following the 20 miles per hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Might want to remind people at City Hall they're supposed to drive the speed limit. All right, any other public comment items of a general nature? Okay, so now we're on to our regular agenda. The public is allowed to speak to any regular agenda item or give public comment after first being recognized by the mayor. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone, sign in, and state their name and address. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes of public comment and should address all comments, questions to the commission. So number 1, consider the following items related to the Van Trust Real Estate LLC Catalyst Incentive Project package. And there's 3 items related to that. And I assume Diane's going to tell us all that.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I will be fairly brief because you all received a pretty detailed presentation at your last meeting. I just wanted to provide a quick update for you with regard to the changes to the agreement that were posted right before that meeting and the one that you find in your packet that was posted late last week. A couple of updates were made. The dates were updated to reflect the August 1st consideration. And then the exhibit on environmental access provisions were added to the Van Trust agreement. And then also, there was additional language that was added that relate to the environmental inspections, and this was in response to Commissioner Larson's question. We had a discussion with Van Trust about their investigations on the property during their due diligence phase, which they've indicated they will be doing those and doing those to the standard that Commissioner Larson had asked about, that they will share those with us regardless of whether they end up proceeding with the projects or not. So again, that document is posted in your packet, and then there were also date changes that were made to the industrial revenue bond resolutions that you had in your packet, but those were the only changes. I should note that Grant and Bryce Harrison are here this evening from Van Trust in case you have any questions of them. And then also David Waters with Lathrop and Gage is here, and also Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell. They assisted the city with the legal documents that you find in your packet. So any of us would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
There's not a public hearing that we need to open?
The public hearing, the official public hearing was last week, so there's not a need to open and close a new official public hearing, but certainly the process is typically to have your regular public comment on it.
And we closed it last time, we didn't continue it, the public hearing?
I believe so.
Okay. I
Yes.
just want to make sure we don't leave that hanging.
Yes, I think you had indicated that you would just have the discussion.
We closed the hearing because we had met it was a statutory requirement, so we closed the hearing. And then this is, because you would be taking public comments.
Yeah, we'll still be taking
Right,
public comment.
exactly.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. Okay, any questions for Diane from commissioners?
I do.
Sure.
Diane, since we have changed our process on the particular lots in Venture Park, maybe you can give me some information since we don't really have it at this point. Do we have an estimated value on what this property is going to be worth, phase one when it's completed? And what we can expect to kind of receive tax-wise at the 50% rate? What will be the relief of the specials, any of those kind of things? And I guess what the big question would be is what is our total incentive package worth?
Okay, I will try my best to answer that, and Britt may help me as well as the applicant. The entire 3 phases we're going to have an aggregate capital investment from Van Trust of approximately $31 million. So that would be their investment in terms of the buildings. As you may recall, the property tax abatement incentive was to provide either a 50 or a 70% abatement to each of the phases of the property. That would be applicable to the property taxes on the land and the building asset. So those would be on the tax rolls, and then the 50 or 70 comes into play depending on whether the project is built to the LEED silver equivalent standards. That would be the 70% abatement, or the 50% abatement would be the standard abatement.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is that, simple math divides it by 3 over 3 phases. Do we have a piece of property that has a value of whatever it may be, and then we have the building that's, say, $10 million, if we divide it. Do we have a piece of property that's valued at $12 million, and will the 50% or the 70%, is that $12 million going to be the value of the property, or do we have to wait and see what the county appraiser has for us?
The county appraiser always does the calculations, as you know, on the appraised value for property tax purposes. And so it would depend on how the county would ultimately value that. We know what the investment would be in terms, and I think they take those things into account as well. Brett, I don't know if you have some additional information regarding any of the property tax calculations. Do you have that information with you? Because this is the Catalyst program, we don't have that in front of you as we normally would. I would like to also, before Brett mentions, addresses this question, is with regard to the special assessments, the property owner would pay all of those. So as the property is transferred, that would be a liability completely on Van Trust to pay.
And I think
so that isn't part of the incentive.
The July 18th meeting, I think we said that the 3 The spec development lots represented like 1.8 million.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Close enough.
You go ahead and answer.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Britt Crumcano, City Economic Development Coordinator. We did do a preliminary cost benefit analysis using just some very, very conservative assumptions. We did this primarily to fulfill state statute, so not necessarily coming up with a final number. This was only done for phase 1 at this time. We would do it again for phase 2 and phase 3 when those projects came forward. Based on a building capital investment of approximately $10.2 million, the county appraiser said that they would value the property at about $6.8 million. That equates, if we're using a 50% tax abatement, that equates to about $1.1 million in property taxes that would be abated over the 10-year period.
Okay, so what would be the total tax bill then? Based on the, would you say $6 million of value?
Based on about $6.8 million that the county appraiser estimated, the tax abatement would be worth approximately
Okay,
1.1 million at 50%, so
Okay.
2.2 million total.
Okay, got it. Okay. And then on the special assessments, what effect will that have on our liabilities? You know, as Matt suggested, you know, we're going to, it represents about 1.8% or $1.8 million of the total outstanding that we have. And we're going to do that over a 20-year period, correct? Those payments are going to be over a 20-year period? Isn't that what we
Yes.
talked about a couple weeks
Yes,
ago?
it is, 20-year period.
And so what kind of relief is that going to give us on the payments that we have outstanding on, you know, that we have going out?
Let's see.
It's 20% of the total.
I brought the total, thank you. There you go. It's a significant amount
Okay.
to the total, but 1.8 million is the correct figure for all 3 of the phases that involve multiple lots.
Okay, and then the last question is do we have a figure on what our in total incentive package is? And understand it is the Catalyst program, but it's still, there's a figure there.
So that would be the value of the property tax abatement that Britt had mentioned, and in addition to the value of the land and industrial revenue bond sales taxes. So the IRB sales tax number is it 293? Approximately 293,000 with regard to the sales tax exemption on the construction materials. This is for the first phase. And then the land value that we have attributed, which is just based on the city's direct cost, is $36,000 with regard to that particular piece of property. There is also an appraised value on that lot.
What is the appraised value of that lot?
I believe the appraised value is, for the land, $220,000 for Block B, Lot 1. That was Phase 1 project.
Okay. Okay,
Any other questions for staff?
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's take public comment then. Is there any public comment on this item? Come on up and say your name, sign in.
Hello, Commissioners, Mayor. My name is Steve Kelly. I live at 4529 Broadmoor Drive. And I'm here and will be very, very brief, just speaking in support of the action that you're about to take. I work on the economic development side of the chamber and have worked over the period of time that I've been here the last several months with a number of companies that are looking at putting something into the region, into the area. And one of the things that comes up time and time again is the lack of available space in Lawrence, the lack of available industrial and warehouse space, particularly if you get into increments above like 15 or 20,000 square feet. There just is very, very little available, virtually no inventory. And the other thing that I see constantly or on a regular basis is the need for buildings that can come to market either are available or buildings that are under construction, so that the potential user can get into that building on a much quicker basis than you can either building from scratch or on a build-to-suit basis. And so I think from the economic development standpoint, this would be very valuable to the community and really do a lot to help address that need. And I think also just looking at it from kind of a historical basis and what my experience has been in the past, I think the ability to get something up out of the ground will be very valuable in terms of promoting the park overall. It's very difficult, and we all know this from our own personal experience. It's very hard sometimes to visualize or to believe that something's happening until it's actually starting to happen. So I think from the standpoint of of a marketing tool to help promote further investment and further development of Venture Park, I think that this ability to get some spec building underway, some construction to begin, will be very, very valuable to help support that effort to get additional companies to grow and expand in Lawrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, so we'll bring it back to the commission. Any commission discussion?
Well, Mayor, I appreciate the answer to the questions that I had, and I do want to say I think that this is a very good project. Steve, to you and everybody involved with EDC, congratulations on the announcements that we've had the last couple of days. That's very promising. But back to Venture Park and the Van Tile project here, I do think it's a good project. I appreciate, again, the comments on the figures about what the city's investment is. I do want to make sure that, understand that, I asked a question a couple weeks ago about, understand that I believe in this project. I would like to see a net gain in employment. I would like to see new companies come there and just not, bringing new folks to town, and so that we can have new companies rather than a shift from somebody that, currently is in Lawrence, Kansas and moves to the park. I appreciate your investment. I'm going to be supportive of the project. I want you to know that. But, I just kind of got to get my rules out and feel good about it, because I think we're expecting some good things out of it. So I wish you well, and again, I want everybody to understand I'd like to see a net gain in employment with new businesses coming to town and locating in Venture Park. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, I would just echo what Mike said quite a bit. I'm just real thankful that Van Trust is agreeing to kind of take the risk to do this, as well as the city taking a risk to have this opportunity in the Catalyst program. But I also want to thank Diane for putting the information in there, or in the contract, about the environmental audit. And then also somebody added in there that we would get a copy of those reports regardless of whether the deal went through, which is really important, because that basically gives us a sand in the line, or a line in the sand, as to this is what's ours and this is what's theirs. So thank you.
A big part of this for me was on July 18th, this came before us, but all of us as commissioners had received the report. I think it was like 45 minutes before the meeting began, and it was a pretty lengthy report. And, Mike, I believe you brought up just that, this isn't fair to the public that we're being asked to vote on this when the public's had 45 minutes to evaluate this. And, I really appreciate the applicant's willingness. Just said, that's fine, we'll come back in 2 weeks. And that's great. I mean, that's how this process should work. This should be a process that's very transparent, that people are able to get their hands on the documents long before the meeting, and I think we've given that an opportunity. For me, the big win here is with the special assessments. As a community, we're staring at $9.7 million that we're going to start paying, whether we like it or not. And with this Van Trust project, we're going to see about 20% of that wiped off the board, which is fantastic. I'm not thrilled about paying $9.7 million, as I'm sure no one in this room is. And so to be able to wipe 20% of that off the board, I think is a great start. I'm optimistic that we can bring in some other companies quickly behind that, so we can wipe the rest of that 80% off the board as well. So best of luck to you.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for all your work and patience as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing the project go. So, looks like we're ready for a motion, but we have 3 of them that we're going to do. So, the first will be having to do with the industrial revenue bonds. So, would someone like to read that item and make a motion? We can do them all together? All right.
Look at her reaction.
Okay, so it looks like we can, I guess I'll go ahead and make the motion to adopt resolution number 7210, resolution number 7211, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute a land transfer and development agreement.
Second.
All right, motion made by Mayor Soden, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Sherry.
Mayor, one thing.
Sure.
Gentlemen, I apologize. I think I said Van Tal. I meant Van Trust. Too many things going on today. Sorry.
All right, so now we're on to number 2. It looks like we have several of these distance limitation waivers. We have 3. All right, so the first one is conduct a public hearing regarding a distance limitation waiver request for the 2017 Final Friday event in the 900 block of New Hampshire Street to be held on Friday, September 29th, 2017, from 9 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. midnight.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Mark Till, Assistant Public Works Director. Mayor, you pretty much said what I was going to say up here tonight. Due to the proximity of the Salvation Army to this event, there's a requirement in code to have a distance limitation waiver hearing for them. So after you have that, then your action would be to adopt ordinance 9379.
All right, any questions for Mark? All right, so let's open the public hearing. Would someone like to make the motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
So motion made by Commissioner Amick, seconded by Commissioner Herbert to open the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So motion passes unanimously. So the public hearing is open. If you have anything that you would like to say about the Final Friday event in the 900 block of New Hampshire Street on September 29th, now is your chance. All right, so I'll move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Mayor Soden to close the public hearing, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, any commission discussion? Would anyone like to make this motion? Perhaps read it out loud.
Sure, I would make a motion that we have found that the proximity of the temporary sale of alcoholic liquor for the event is not adverse to the public welfare or safety, and grant a distance limitation waiver and include adopting on first reading ordinance number 9379, allowing the sale, possession, and consumption of alcohol in the public right-of-way in the 900 block of New Hampshire Street on Friday, September 29th, from 9 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. during the event.
Second.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Amick, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, so on to number 3, which is the same thing, except for August 27th would
Excuse
be
me,
this
Mayor.
time. Yes, please.
I think you also need to adopt ordinance 9379 on that item.
That was in the motion.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, okay, thank you, though. All right, something similar with the 2017 Kansas State Fiddling and Picking Championships in the right-of-way of Mass Street between North Park and South Park Streets on Sunday, August 27th, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Also, this is same as the last item you heard. This event is on Massachusetts in South Park. It's due to the proximity to St. John's Church and Trinity Lutheran Church.
Okay. Any questions for Mark from staff or from commissioners? All right, so let's do, I'll move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Mayor Soden, seconded by Commissioner Herbert to open the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, so this public comment now would be about the Kansas State Fiddling and Picking Championships. Any public comment?
Question.
Okay, do we need to close
How
the
many
hearing?
years in a row? How many years in a row?
My name is Jim Jeans, and I'm with the Kansas Fiddling and Picking Championship. This is our 37th or 38th year for the championship itself, and I believe we've had Free State serving beer on Massachusetts Street for 4 or 5 years, for the past 5 years. So
Excellent.
we have some experience with this. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Any other public comment on this item? All right, so I'll move to close the public hearing. So motion made by Mayor Sutton to close public hearing, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, would someone like to?
I'll do this one.
Thank you.
We found the proximity of the find the proximity of the temporary sale of alcoholic liquor for the event is not averse to the public welfare or safety and granted distance limitation waiver. Will adopt on first reading ordinance number 9378, allowing the sale, possession, and consumption of alcohol in the public right-of-way on Massachusetts Street between North Park and South Park Streets on Sunday, August 27th, 2017, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. during the event.
Second.
All right, so motion made by Vice Mayor Boley, seconded by Commissioner Amix. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, and now our last one, which is conduct a public hearing regarding the distance limitation waiver request for the 2017 Live on Mass event in the 1000 block of Mass Street, Friday, September 1st, from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m.
This item is related to the church that's there on the corner of 10th and Massachusetts, the Greenhouse Culture.
Okay, any questions for Mark?
Mark, is this the third one of these events on Massachusetts Street this year or in the last month?
There's been 2. This one is in September, so it'll be over basically a
3-month
2-month period. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have any others coming up?
Not that I know of. Mike Logan, the event organizer, is here. He might be able to respond to that.
Okay.
I don't have any active pending permits for them.
Okay. Should we open the public hearing?
Mayor, Commissioners,
Will
Mike
you
Logan,
ask
I'm the
any
event
questions?
organizer for Live on
I'm sorry.
Mass. Might entertain any questions if you had any.
Oh, Mike, I just had a question. This is the third event that you've had, and they've been successful. You know, that's fine. I just want to know if you had any more planned yet this year.
Nothing planned, a lot of energy. Potentially, I could see one happening in October if the right artist came through at the right time. Currently, there's nothing there, but I have a lot of interest. And September 1st is the day it's Labor Day weekend, which typically we have a lot of people leaving this community. I also, KU Athletics reached out to me about it being a home football game day weekend and trying to generate some excitement in Lawrence prior to a game day. And through my involvement with Explore Lawrence, Michael Davis and I met with hotel general managers a couple weeks ago to discuss just issues and things that they're seeing, trends, and they let us know that 6 p.m. football games are really tough on full weekend night stays. And so my thought with a Friday night before a 6 p.m. football game is giving people a reason to come into town early. Hotels will be excited to offer rates, so hopefully some positive energy there.
And
Any other questions?
Mike, you and I have had this conversation, but I think it merits having it kind of out in the open publicly. Can you talk a little bit about what's happening right now with touring festivals sort of taking over music and what we're seeing at Liberty Hall in terms of their booking schedule? And
Sure.
Speak to that a little bit. 'Cause
I
think
can talk about music all night.
You got 3 minutes, Mike.
You know, over the last 5 to 8 years, the touring cycle for bands in the spring, in later and later into the fall season, bands don't need to get in tour buses or vans to dink and dunk from town to town. There's enough festival business where they can just go weekend to weekend. So a venue, I own the Granada Theater, a venue like mine, you know, May 15th to roughly Labor Day weekend, we run at about 40% capacity. A venue like Liberty Hall, a lot of those touring acts will play Kansas City or other festival areas. So I can't speak for all music venues, but I can tell you from my experience, touring
touring acts at that level that play the rooms that we, the wealth of rooms we have here in town just decreases dramatically. So I had some rough economic impact numbers. I like talking about that as well. We had over 13,500 people attend our first 2 Live on Mass events. Through the DMAI Event Impact Calculator, which also is the tool that we're using to quantify the Junior Olympics that just happened this past weekend, we had nearly $600,000 in direct spending attached to our events in a number of categories: lodging, transportation, food and beverage, retail, and other business services. So economic impact by way of tourism, and in outside dollars are outside. I don't care if they come from Tonganoxie or Topeka or Kansas City or wherever. They're visitors coming to town to spend their money in Lawrence through this vehicle.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, so we're going to do the public hearing now. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion made by Mayor Sutton to open the public hearing, seconded by Commissioner Larson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, so now we're ready for public comment on the 2017 Live on Mass event, September 1st. Any public comment? All right, so I'll close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Mayor Soden to close the hearing, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, any commission discussion on this item?
I'll just say briefly, I had the opportunity, the second Live on Mass event, I got to work the Just Food beer tent. And one thing that I think slides under the radar with these events, not only does it bring in 13,500 people with 600,000 direct spending, but that night, just in the little beer tent I was working, I think we raised like $1,000 for Just Food, just right there. And that doesn't get talked about enough, so I'm talking about it now.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting those on, Mike.
Any other commission discussion? Would someone like to make the motion and read the item?
Make a motion that we have found that the proximity of the temporary sale of alcoholic liquor for the event is not adverse to the public welfare or safety, and grant a distance limitation waiver. Adopt on first reading ordinance number 9380, allowing the sale, possession, and consumption of alcohol in the public right-of-way on Friday, September 1st of 2017 in the 1000 block of Massachusetts Street for the Live on Mass event.
Second.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Larson, seconded by Vice Mayor Boley. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, so thank you, Mike. So that's the end of our 3 in a row. So now we're going into the 2018 operating and capital improvement budget.
It's going to take us just a second to get everything set up here, but give us just a minute.
Oh, I guess I'll mention while you're loading this up that I did ask Kurt to let us know when the vote counts were final, and we can just briefly kind of announcements. Since I think most of the people are sitting in this room, and 2 of them, of course, are already sitting up here, I thought we'd all like to know what has happened when it happens.
Mayor, if you take one of these and pass them on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's a big file and it's giving me a red hourglass, which I've never seen before.
Uh-oh.
Try reopening it again. We may have to
It's a
wait.
clever ploy to get more in that IT budget.
I think it's a reminder that I should get my
And
PowerPoint
wastewater
done
brought in a whole pipe. What did you guys?
earlier to come down here.
Water main, there you go.
Yeah, I hope it's not a wastewater pipe.
Yeah, well, it's a wasted water main pipe.
There you go. There.
Bye.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Casey Toomey. I'm an Assistant City Manager, and I have here tonight my color commentary of Brian Kidney, our finance director. We're here tonight to talk about our 2017 budget amendment and our 2018 operating and capital improvement budget. We have a number of things that we need to accomplish with you here all tonight. Just a quick rundown of those. We'll talk a little bit about the purpose of our budget hearing that we're having tonight, the public hearing. We'll spend some time reviewing kind of what we think of as budget basics for the benefit of folks who haven't followed along through our budget process all this year. We'll review our recommended budget and hopefully answer some questions that we've heard from members of the public or from some of you all. And then finally, there are a number of actions that we request that you all take here tonight. So first, let's talk a little bit about the purpose of tonight. So statutorily, we are required to hold a public budget hearing. So at our meeting back in July, you all gave us authorization to publish in the newspaper the maximum expenditure level and corresponding estimate of the mill levy rate in the newspaper and notify our citizens that we would be having this budget hearing tonight. The purpose of the hearing is to answer questions that the public may have and to hear objections to the recommended budget. There are two hearings that will have to be held tonight, one for our 2017 amendment and one for the 2018 budget. We separately publish notices for both of those hearings in the paper. As far as actions, after we hold those public hearings, we're requesting that you adopt the ordinance amending the 2017 budget, adopt ordinances and a resolution establishing our various utility rates for the calendar year 2018, and finally adopt an ordinance establishing the maximum expenditure level for 2018 and adopting the 2018 to 2022 CIP. So let's talk a little bit about how the budget was developed. As you all know, you all participated in a strategic plan earlier this year, and certainly the strategic plan has guided the development of our city budget. As far as work on the budget, our departments and city staff really began back in late January or early February, and I want to thank all of our departments and staff throughout the organization who have helped put this budget together here tonight. So back in February, as I said, we began our work. We worked through April, and then in May, on May 9th, the city manager presented his recommended budget. We held a work session in June and another meeting in July where we talked with you all about the budget and continued to provide updated information as that more information became available. And that's really what brings us here to tonight's hearing. So as far as budget basics, we thought we would spend some time visiting with the public about where do Lawrence residents' property taxes go. Sometimes it feels like we spend all of our time talking about city property taxes, and so it's a good point to stop and remind everyone that when a City of Lawrence resident pays property tax, 41% of it goes to USD 497. Another 34% goes to Douglas County. 1% of what we all pay as Lawrence residents goes to the state of Kansas. And then the remaining 24% is the portion of your property tax that actually comes to the City of Lawrence. So what does the city do with that 24%? Most of our city property tax goes into our city's general operating fund. This is the fund where we pay for any number of different city operations, police and fire being our two biggest. We do have some parks expenditures in our general fund, a lot of our internal services, finance, the budget for you all, the budget for the city manager's office. Those are all things that come out of our general operating fund. Next, our bond and interest fund also receives revenue from property tax. And then finally, the Lawrence Public Library receives about 12% of the property taxes that the city levies. Property taxes only make up about 19% of the total revenue in the city budget. You can see here that the largest revenue source is charges for service. So that is obviously our water and sewer rates, solid waste charges, but then it's also things like charges for recreation classes or charges to use a building rental, those types of things. Sales tax here is our next largest revenue source. That's the city's sales tax, but also the portion of the countywide sales tax that the city receives. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. You can see after that 21% there, the numbers get significantly smaller in terms of percentages. And you can just read through those, and if you have any questions about what any of those other revenue sources are, we'd be happy to talk about what that would be. If not, we'll talk a little bit about how property taxes are calculated. So, some people don't know this. It gets a little confusing when we start talking about mill levy and millions of dollars, and I think it all is a little bit overwhelming, so it's nice to step back and walk through this. So the first thing that we would do is determine the assessed valuation for your property. In Kansas, residential property is assessed at a rate of 11.5%. Commercial is assessed at a 25% of the fair market value of a property.
Does that commercial include industrial?
I think it is actually, is it 30%?
No, it matters what kind of industrial it is. If the state is assessing it, which is usually utility type of industrial, then that's at 33%. But for the most part, it's at 25%. So roughly twice as much as the residential property will be. Color commentary.
Excellent. So for our calculation today, we used a residential home with a market value of $175,000. The median value for a home in Lawrence is actually $179,000, but I liked the nice round number of $175,000. So we take that 11.5%, and you'll see there the assessed valuation of $20,125. Next, you use that number, and that's where you apply the city's mill levy rate. So you can see there that our recommended mill rate is 33.268 mils. Finally, you use that number and divide it by 1,000, and that result is your estimated city property tax liability. So for our $175,000 home, our estimated 2018 city tax liability, including the budget as recommended, is $670. Again, this is city property tax. So this does not include the property taxes that a Lawrence resident would pay to Douglas County or to the school or to the state. But this is the portion of a property tax owner's taxes that comes to the city of Lawrence. Questions about that? So this is a table that just shows you kind of a quick version of the math. The left-hand column is the fair market value of a home, and the far right column is the approximate 2018 city tax bill. As I mentioned, the median is a home value of $179,000. So for every person that it's more than that, there's a person that it's less. But just wanted to show everybody this table. So where does sales tax come from? Well, we have a combined sales tax rate in Lawrence of 9.05. Here you can see the breakdown. The state of Kansas levies sales tax. Douglas County does. So does the city of Lawrence. The total is 9.05. We pulled a number off of the State Department of Revenue's webpage that told us that the annual per capita of sales tax last year paid by Lawrence residents was $1,025. Two quick things to note about this. How they calculate that is they took the 2016 sales tax collections and just divided it by our population. The caveat there is that obviously we have a positive pull factor in our community, so we have people that come into our community and contribute to those sales, but they aren't counted as populations. So this number is pretty artificially high, in my opinion. We don't have a quick way to know what the denominator would be when we divide those collections by the population, but we wanted to provide this information because it's certainly significant to folks. It turns out if you use that 1,025, you can see that translates to purchases of about $11,325 annually, and then we've provided you with the breakdown there. 736 of that goes to the state, the county gets 43, and the city gets 246. As I mentioned, the city does receive a portion of the county sales tax. And I know we've talked with you all as the commissioners a lot about that, but just wanted to highlight that for the public. So we did reflect that here on the table. The portion of the countywide sales tax that is paid to Douglas County and then Douglas County sends to the city of Lawrence is reflected here on this table in the city column. So here's another breakdown that shows you of that $1,000, $246 comes to the city, $43 stays with Douglas County, and $736 goes to the state. Questions about that? This table didn't quite load right. It's not quite as helpful without the category names, but I'll explain. Where does our sales tax go? The large blue wedge there is our general fund. We talked about that and what that fund is. The, let's see, orange one here is the TIF and TDD funds. So as you know, we have transportation development districts and tax increment finance districts in the community. Those are areas where an additional sales tax is levied. That money comes to the city and is put in a pot that then gets reimbursed to the developer to help offset the cost of public improvements within those districts. That's the 2% you see there. The transit fund is the 12% wedge, the green. We have currently a 0.2 and a 0.05 sales tax increment that we collect, and those funds go into our transit fund to pay for operation of our transit operation. The yellow wedge is our capital improvement reserve fund. That's another 12%, and our equipment reserve is the skinny sort of teal green 1% wedge up there towards the top. That is where the infrastructure sales tax goes. So the remainder, that 73% again, is the city's sales tax and then the city's share of the county sales tax. Another quick caveat is that a portion of that countywide sales tax does then get transferred out of the general fund, about 21%, and that goes into the recreation fund to fund recreation, subsidized operation of recreation facilities and programming. So that brings us to the real action. I will say there are some slides in your handouts that we're going to skip in our presentation, but if the question comes up, we can come back to those. But as far as our 2017 budget amendment summary, we visited with you all back in July about this. The reason we are amending the 2017 budget is because we have additional revenue that was not anticipated when we adopted the 2017 budget. You can see here the impacted funds. There's 5 of them, and you can see the reasons for the need to amend those. Public library, we've talked about how we're no longer keeping a fund balance here at the city. We're passing through all of the property tax dollars that are levied to the library, so we needed to do that. The airport fund and memorial fund have some expenditures that we originally thought we were going to do in 2016, didn't happen. We need to do those now, so we need to have the budget authority to do that. The Housing Trust Fund, as we talked about, the Affordable Housing Advisory Board is recommending using some funds from that trust fund for a housing study, so we needed to amend the budget in order to do that. And then finally, you can see, again, those TIF and TDD and NRA funds that we talked about. As far as the 2018 budget summary,
Casey, I wonder if we should go ahead and take care of the 2017
Sure, that's a
now
great idea.
before launching into 2018.
Excellent idea.
Yeah.
We will stop and stand for questions.
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions about the 2017 amended budget?
Mayor?
I have a question. Casey, you'd said on slide number 23, the general fund was 73%. Did you say there was 21% went to
The
recreation?
21% is of the city's share of the county sales tax that comes in. We take 21% of that and transfer it into the rec fund. The other 70 whatever stays in the general fund.
Okay.
Does that make sense? We show it all here because it actually gets deposited into the general fund first and then is transferred into the rec fund. We could have had another separate wedge on here that showed the amount that went into the rec fund. It would come out of the big blue wedge.
So
Is that tracking?
it's coming out of the general fund, the 73% of the gen, is that right?
It's coming out of that 73%.
Right.
Yeah. I say no.
Well, I was just going to say, she can't see what you're doing.
Oh, I know. That big blue wedge.
Well, I've got it.
But
It's here.
In black and white, pretty effective. Okay, so you want to have the public hearing?
It looks like Mr. Commissioner Amix has a question.
One question. So the additional money that we received, that we got that was required in the amendment for the 2017 budget, the how much? 1.8 million? Okay. It has to go to the just make sure that I understand. It has to go to the general fund, the library fund, and bond and interest fund, correct?
No.
Okay.
So the 2017 budget amendment, that's what we're talking about. If you look at the table,
I see
you
that.
can see there we're amending all of those funds, the library fund, airport fund, city parks memorial fund. Am I getting at your question?
You are, but here's what I need to know. Does it have to go there, or can it go to fund balance so it can be carried over?
We wouldn't,
these things.
I think I get your question. We wouldn't need to amend our budget to allow it to carry forward in fund balance. The reason we need to amend the budget is to spend it in 2017. If you don't want to spend it in 2017, then we wouldn't need to do an amendment.
That's what I need to know, because if we had that $1.8 million, what effect would that $1.8 million have on the 2018 budget?
You want to take that one?
Sure. Well, I will say the 2018 budget is reflective upon spending those dollars. And of those, and recall, they have to stay within the fund that they're already budgeted for. So you couldn't use the library property tax to go to another fund. It would have to go into the library fund. Airport goes into the airport, city parks memorial, and city parks memorial. So I see what you're saying. The expenditure wouldn't
We found
necessarily
an
change.
additional $1.8 million. Why can't we use that money to fund the 2018 budget?
You can use those money to fund those individual funds in 2018.
And only those funds?
Only those funds. They're quite on, no, actually, Commissioner, if you're looking at the 1.8 million, this is not totaled. If you're looking at this,
That's my fault.
okay.
This is money that's in those funds right now.
Yes, the money is in those funds right now. This is not a subtotal.
That's my fault.
Not really.
Sorry, that's in the TIF and TDD fund, the 1.8. Sorry.
I want to make sure we're clear on this.
No, I saw that.
Okay. So when you're talking about 1.8 million, if you're speaking specifically to the TDD TIFs funds, that $1.8 million, first of all, a lot of that has already been spent. What we're asking to do is spend another $800,000, if you will, the increase between this fund, or this amount and this amount. That money is already, in this specific instance, has already been obligated to, based on the settlement with Oriad, or with the Oriad LLC. So that money would not impact the 2018 budget at all. But each one of these, I mean, we could go through each one of these, but in all cases, these funds would not be available for anything in the general fund or any general operation type things, because they're very restricted to the fund that they're in now by state law.
That's the key.
What did you want to use it for? That's the question.
No, I didn't want to, I'm just going to pay for some of the bills that we have,
I think he wants to have a festival in front of the barber
No,
shop.
I don't. No.
Commissioner, I understand the question. And the dollars here, again, it's just like based on the fund law that the state has, a tax or a fee raised for a certain purpose has to stay in that purpose.
And you answered it by the term state law says that this is where it has to go.
Right. Okay.
It's fund restricted.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions about the 2017 amended budget?
I guess, again, this is fund balance that was carried over from 2016 in the in the housing trust, for example?
Commissioner, the difference between those two columns.
Right, the
would
difference
would
is
be
what
the
was
difference.
carried over from the previous year.
Right, so,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, well, let's do some public comment on this item first.
So Mayor, I believe it would be, you'd want to go ahead and start the public hearing then.
Okay. So would the public hearing be closed after, or just would it cover the whole
You
shebang
could-
tonight?
You could do it, you technically have two public hearings tonight. You
Okay.
have one on the 17 revised budget and one on the 2018. You would need to open, then close it. You don't necessarily have to act on the 17 revised right afterwards, but you would have an action after each one of those.
Okay.
You would need to open the public hearings, take comments and concerns.
Right.
And then close the.
But you have to clarify that this is for the 2017.
Yeah.
Which is probably not what most people are here for this
Right.
evening.
That's why I thought we should go ahead and wrap up 2017 first. Okay, so we're going to open the public hearing. This is going to be for the 2017 amended budget, though. This isn't for the future budget that we're looking at. This is just to adjust the one that we have currently for this year. So I'll make the motion. So motion made by Mayor Soden, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So the motion passes unanimously. So anyone have anything to say about the 2017 current budget that we're amending? Tom is right. Everyone's here for 2018. All right, so I'll go ahead and close the public hearing.
Second.
So motion made by Mayor Soden, seconded by Vice Mayor Boley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, any further discussion then on the 2017 amended budget?
Mayor,
Go ahead.
thank you for clarifying all, where the money has to go by law.
Sure. I will point out that this is a fairly new process for the city of Lawrence. However, it's a very standard practice in most communities, and so you should be expecting to see this type of process each year because we are budgeting more funds, and quite honestly, I would imagine you'll see the library one on here because again, we want to make sure that we are able to spend all the money for the purpose that they budgeted for, and that's the practice that we're doing now. So I would imagine each year you'll see that one.
How have we avoided amending in the past?
We didn't budget
You
all
always
the
kept a
funds.
fund. You always kept a fund balance
Got it.
in the library fund.
Oh, okay.
Now the practice is whatever comes into the library fund is distributed back out to the library. So in the past, we would hold a pretty good fund balance, and that practice was changed last year when they asked for the mill levy.
It's just more transparent.
The other thing that occurred is last year it was made pretty clear that they have full discretion over their funds. And so rather than us being a governor kind of position, and I mean that in a mechanical way, that those funds are cleared and moved over to them, they're responsible for them. So Mayor, did you actually take action on the adoption of the
Not yet.
ordinance? Okay.
We're doing commission
Good.
discussion.
All right.
I got a quick,
Yeah.
quick question, or just want to make sure I understand this correct. All of these modifications have to do with moving fund balances, or that an expenditure was paid for in 2017 and it was actually done in 2016? No?
Yeah, in each case, it's money that was more than anticipated that came into 17. So that could have been because we received more revenue in that fund that we're not anticipating, or we spent less in that fund that we were anticipating to spend. So in either one of those cases, there would be fund balance then rolling over into 17 to spend in 17. And I will say again, the 18 budgets for these 5 funds are reflective of this proposed amended expenditures taking place.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
The second part of your question was the airport and the city park memorial fund
were expenditures that we thought would happen in 16 but didn't. And so we have to have the budget authority in 17 to have them happen in 17.
So these aren't new expenses. They were planned for in 2016.
16, and they didn't happen.
Yeah, I will point out the airport portion. I believe that was the same grant for the fence. So yeah, it was a fence project, and now it's coming to fruition in 17. And this is spending the money for the match for that fence.
All right, thanks.
So for our 2018 budget, you have already accounted for the growth of these funds, correct?
Correct. Yeah, if you would go to these funds in the column for revised 2017, it would show these amended.
So with regards to the recommended budget, this isn't actually found money?
No, certainly not for the 18 budget.
Okay.
No.
That's unfortunate.
Any other commission discussion? All right, would someone like to make the motion?
I move we adopt on first reading ordinance number 9388, increasing the 2017 expenditure authority.
Second.
All right, motion made by Vice Mayor Boley, seconded by Commissioner Larson. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, so now we're on to 2018.
Okay, we'll keep going.
Thank you.
So our 2018 budget summary is as follows. We have a total operating expenditure of $196,999,000. Brian spent some time back in July explaining how our legally adopted budget includes fund balance, and so you'll see there that amount, which goes on our state budget forms and goes off to the city, or goes off to the county to get certified and goes to the state, is $255,290,000. Again, our planned operating expenditures are the $196,990,000. Our total mill levy rate that's recommended is 33.268 mils. This is an increase of 1.25 mils in our bond and interest fund. Our 2018 budget assumes utility rate increases. These are revenue increases. So water and sewer fund is anticipating an 8% increase in revenue from those charges for service that we talked about. Solid waste is assuming an increase of 3% based on a rate increase. And the stormwater fund is also anticipating an increase of 3% in revenue from the charges for service. As far as the property tax lid goes, we are under our property tax lid by $4 million. So we've had some discussion in the community about that and just wanted to walk everyone through that calculation. We provided the commission with the state budget form that Brian uses to calculate all of this, but this is an attempt to summarize that in Casey terms as opposed to Brian terms. So you start with the base, which is your last year's mill levy, and we're talking about the dollars here. So 29.7 million. Then our state statute that sets this property tax law allows you to increase that by an amount based on the CPI. That's the $365,000. That state law also has a number of exemptions, and you can see here the breakdown of what those are. So property taxes on new construction, property that is annexed into the city, and property that has changed in its use since last year, we can increase our property tax levy based on that. And you can see here that's just a little under $400,000. Also exempt from the tax lid are increases in property tax for your debt fund. So that bond and interest fund that we talked about, you'll see there the 1.7 million that we're able to levy of additional property taxes without exceeding that cap. Public safety expenditures are also exempt. Operating expenditures. The state statute specifically under this exemption, it mentions facilities, but keep in mind debt is a separate exemption. So when we talk about our mill levy increase, we're talking about the debt exemption, not the public safety operating exemption. Our operating expenses are shown here as the 1.5 for our law enforcement function and 2.4 for our fire medical expenditures. That's the increase over last year. And then finally, the library, as we just talked about, is exempt from that property tax lid. So there's another $328,000. So if you take all of those and you add them together, you see that our property tax lid, without having to hold an election, is actually $36.4 million. However, our recommendation is not 36.4, it's 32.8. That's where the $4 million comes from. If you subtract the 32.8 from the 36.4, that's where you get how far under that property tax lid that we are. Does that help at all or make sense to folks?
Any questions about that?
Okay, just wanted to clarify. So back to our homeowner of our $175,000 house. So as far as the tax increase goes, we're looking at, for that homeowner, a city property tax increase of $25 a year for 2018, or $2.10 a month. The recommended budget as far as utility rates go, the utilities department reports that a typical customer for them uses about 4,000 gallons a month. So we show you here what that increase is for water, for sewer, for stormwater, and for solid waste. You add those up, and the increase is $5.40 a month, or $65 a year. When you put the property tax and the utility rate increases together, we're talking about a total impact of $90, or $7.50 a month for the increase for the recommended 2018 budget. In order to try to translate this, what else does $7.50 a month get you as a taxpayer? You can go to the movies for $10.89. I pulled out my latest ticket stub and that's what it said on it. I think I got to go see Trolls for that. A fast food value meal, that was my lunch at Zaxby's. Carry out pizza, I found on the web. I didn't order it, which I wish I would have now because I'm starting to get hungry. And 3 gallons of unleaded fuel for $6.80, just to give you and the public, again, a little bit of context when we're talking about that property tax increase.
I like your research go-tos.
I know, I like to eat, it's pretty obvious.
And movies.
So, and movies, that's right. So now let's just talk about overall. So it's a increase on top of what? So the total for a property or a homeowner with a $175,000 home would be $670 or $56 a month. Our utility rates there are shown again monthly and annually for a total of just over $1,000 annually or $90 a month. So your total cost there is $1,766 or $150 a month. I do want to point out that residents pay sales tax that goes towards city services. We talked about that. Transit, our infrastructure sales tax, the city sales tax, and the city's portion of the countywide sales tax, some of which goes into our recreation fund. We've shown you here that $246 amount that we talked about earlier. And again, I just want to point out that we think that's artificially high because it's not taking into account people from outside who come in and spend money and help generate those sales tax dollars. As Mr. Logan was talking about the cost of the the impact of the Junior Olympics and our downtown events and conventions and things, those people aren't accounted for in that calculation. But those do go towards funding city services. So what do you get for your city property taxes for that $150 a month? A whole bunch of fun icons that I got to pull into this presentation. So you get police and fire protection, parks and recreation facilities and opportunities, streets, maintenance of a city airport, operation of our transit system, clean water that's been treated wastewater, stormwater management, solid waste collections, recycling, trails, sidewalks, operations of our Lawrence Public Library, municipal court. The one in the middle is you all sitting there at the dais, the city commission. All of those services for $150 a month. So how does that compare to other services? I won't go through all of these, but these are just some other kind of typical monthly expenses that somebody might have. This one was a fun one. So when we talk about our water increase, this is our typical person who puts $1 in the vending machine downstairs to get a bottle of water. 16-ounce bottle of water for $1. What does that same dollar get you from the city of Lawrence in terms of water? 1,312 bottles of water. So 1,312 16-ounce bottles of water each month for that same dollar that you're paying to the city of Lawrence. I do want to highlight the work of Daniel Bushcutter, who had to come up with all of these individual bottles to be pasted in here. But again, just trying to translate what folks get for their city tax dollars and utility rates. So now talk a little bit about some of the other frequently asked questions or questions that we've heard that have come up. One is, isn't our assessed valuation going up? Well, and the answer is yes. Assessed valuation increased 6% over the amount we used to build the 2017 budget. And our original estimate back in May was 2%. We do want to note that not all of that assessed valuation is on existing property owners. We do have some new residents, some new businesses here in town who are contributing to some of that growth in the assessed valuation. It's not all just increase in value of existing properties. Another question, if that assessed valuation is going up so much, why do we need a mill levy increase? And the answer in its most simple terms is that the growth in the assessed valuation is not sufficient to fund a balanced operating budget and a balanced 2018 to 2022 CIP without that mill levy increase. Just some quick kind of back of the napkin math numbers for you all to use tonight and for the public to understand. 1/10 of a mill, not a million, a mill of property tax equates to approximately 1 million of project costs. That same tenth of a mill is approximately $100,000 of debt service payment. So as we talk about our CIP and the projects that are contained within there, you can use those numbers to help you understand why the property tax mill levy needs to increase.
Okay, so I might just add, first of all, I do want to make the caveat. When we said we're $4 million under the tax, I do want to say that was a rounded number. I don't know if you'd noticed that we had rounded on that. And
3.6.
It's 3.6 million, not 4 million. So I wanted to make sure that was expressed. And then on this previous, this, oh no, I'm lost. Great bottle. The 0.10 mil it's 0.10 mils of debt service equates to a $1 million project cost. So I just want to make sure. 1 mil right now is $1 million of property tax. A tenth of a mil would be $100,000. If we're debt funding something, that tenth of a mil of $100,000, roughly speaking, would fund $1 million for project costs. So we're rounding, doing a lot of rounding on here, but that's just kind of the rule of thumb that we've been talking about. But I wanted to clarify that also.
Are you tracking with what he said?
I'm having a little hard time.
So when you issue debt, you pay over time.
Right.
And so his point is that a mill would provide $1 million in revenue, but you can't just take out $1 million in projects. It's because you're making those payments over a period of time, right? So that is extended over time, which is different than taking out an operating expense, which would be for that particular year and equate to that full $1 million in a mill. So if you're trying to if you're cutting out of operations, you'd have to cut $1 million in operation expenses. If you were trying to cut $1 million in the bond and interest fund, you'd have to cut $10 million. Track? Okay.
That's why he's sitting there.
So it's cash versus debt.
Yes.
So our next question, if we're ready to move on, is, isn't revenue from sales tax increasing? And the answer to that again is yes, as we talked earlier. Our 2017 sales tax year-to-date is up 2.8% over last year. It should be noted, however, that our 2017 adopted budget assumed that would be 4%. So we went back and revised the 2017 budget to bring that sales tax projection down to 2%. Now, 2.8 is greater than 2%, but I want to point out the reason we made that revision to our projection is because recent months, our sales tax growth hasn't been as much, and in some months it was even negative growth. So it is a conservative estimate, but the 2018 assumes an additional 2% on top of that revised 2017 budget amount. Is that part clear? So why are city costs going up? Salary and benefit expenses are the largest item, are one of the largest items in the city budget. It's 41% of the total budget that we're talking about for 2018. 1.5 of the amount for salary and benefits in the 2018 recommended budget is just 1.5 million more than it was in our than it is expected to be in 2017. So that's just a little bit, again, of context that it sounds like a large number when you see it, but as far as an incremental increase, it's just $1.5 million more, and that's for the entire city organization. Another cost driver for us has been the cost of services, our contractual expenses that we have. Electricity, chemicals, you can see some examples here. This is another large portion of our city budget, and that's going up about $1.4 million over our 17 revised budget. Again, this is across all of our funds. So just a $1.4 million increase to operate all of our operations compared to what we expect for this year. And then finally, we do have additional debt in our recommended budget to fund some capital improvement projects. $2 million more, again rounding, for additional debt service in the 2018 budget. So what have we done to try to limit those cost increases? Well, as we talked back when we presented the recommended budget, we've eliminated 11 full-time positions through attrition. Now, the recommended budget does include adding back 2 positions, one related to police body-worn cameras, and the other is a security guard for our municipal court. But those eliminated positions are generating significant savings in the city's budget.
Do you know how much that's?
I can tell you $630 for the elimination of the positions. Now that's not net those 2 that we've added back. I don't know that number off the top of my head, but probably 5 something then. Yeah. The next item is our city's contribution for employee health care. I feel like I'm not talking into the microphone. Our original recommendation from our healthcare committee was that we are self-insured, and that contributions to our healthcare fund needed to go up 12%. We went back, sharpened our pencils, and said that, how can we limit that to a 7% growth in increase in the city's contribution? So we looked at plan design, co-pays, deductibles, premium amounts, those kinds of things, to try to limit the increase to the city budget. City employees will see increases as well. That increase is not just the burden of the city to pay for. Employees do contribute to our employee health care. And so they are also helping share that burden by paying additional dollars into that healthcare fund. And then finally, unfunded programs and projects. Our department submittals for 2018 had about $2.5 million in there across all of our funds. that we were not able to recommend. We had to take out of their requests. And then you'll see in our CIP another $6 million worth of capital projects that were requested that we are not able to fund. So we have been trying to take steps to limit the need for additional revenue. Finally, what if taxes aren't increased? We talked a little bit about this, but again, if taxes are not increased at the rate of 1.25 mils, projects from the CIP will need to be eliminated. And again, you see those numbers there. The 1/10 of a mil is approximately $1 million worth of cash, or if you're talking about debt service, it's 10 million of project costs for 1/10 of a mil. So finally, you've listened to me talk long enough. The actions that we're requesting here tonight are that you hold the hearing for the 2018 budget, that you adopt the ordinance amending the 2017 budget, that you adopt the ordinances and resolution establishing utility rates, and finally that you, I'm sorry, you already did that first one, and then adopt the ordinance establishing the maximum expenditure levels for 2018 and adopting the 2018-2022 CIP. Any questions?
Any questions?
I just had one going back to how much money we are saving by reducing the employees as well as the healthcare costs. Do you have a total number of what we're saving by reducing those?
The number that we are coming up with to our mind was about 380, but we think that might have just been the general fund. We'll see if Nate can pull that up. I did get a note here from Danielle that it's 504,000 net for the reduction of those 11 positions.
And then your number for healthcare is close to 380, but you're checking on whether that's just general fund or not?
Yeah, I don't, that's, I'll have to look on that one, but.
In the unfunded programs, it's just what you were talking about?
Yeah, the unfunded was again in the operating was 2.5 million that we cut out of the requests. And then,
I'm sorry, what was that, 2.5?
2.5 million out of the department requests. And that does not, that's just the city department request. That doesn't include all the outside agency funding requests that we received that weren't funded. Yeah, 2.5 out of the department requests and then 6 million of capital improvements that were not funded. Oh, okay. We'll get back to you. Other questions?
Any other questions?
Do I have a question? Casey, this has specifically to do with the, we're going to be asked to approve the CIP as part of all of this. One of the things that happens is that we're asked to look at the water and sewer rates prior to approving the CIP. We want to change something in the CIP that has an effect on water and sewer rates, or I think it might, as we talked yesterday. The commission wants to have that discussion. Maybe they don't. It's fine. If we wanted to change, if we wanted to have a discussion on the CIP, specifically has to do with the automated meter reading installation. It's an $11 million expenditure over 2 years. Not to do away with the program, but extended the timeout rather than it being over a 2-year period where we're spending $11 million. What is the possibility of looking at it over a 5 or an 8-year period where it appears to me that we lower our costs and the expenditures that we have on an annual basis. So maybe we lower some of the, the increase in mill levy requirement to cover that. Do we have to go back then and look at the water and sewer rates, redo those as part of this after we approve the CIP as the last item?
I had you up until you said mill levy rate.
I'm sorry, the rates. The
utility rates.
Utility rates, I'm sorry.
I'm going to ask Dave Wagner and Mike Wallace to respond to you. I know they have some information at their fingertips about the automated meter reading program and the impact on the rates.
Before we go into that, before we look at specific CIP programs, let's make sure that no one else has any other questions about Casey's presentation that didn't have to do with the CIP.
All of my questions are specific to itemized.
Okay. Did you guys have any other? Are you ready to dive into details?
Mayor, my question has to do with procedure. I'm not asking about specifically about the item. What I'm asking about is if we find something that if we approve the water rates, and then when we get down to the CIP, we approve something that's going to have an effect on what those water rates are going to be, do we have to go back and redo the water rates after the fact?
Still there, stage to respond.
Okay.
Commissioner Amix, I think something that, at least in my mind, would happen with water rates if you approve them tonight as we've proposed, if through the course of proposals on different projects, the decision that comes before you in consideration for things like AMI, at the time that we propose those to you, if we defer those down the road a little bit and calculate what's going to happen positive or negatively if we do that, there to be an opportunity at that point in time. It may not affect next year's rates, but if there's a savings to be had by that deferral, if there's a savings to be had by deferral, you'd recognize that in future rate increases as well, that there would be less then. But if you adopt the rate increase today for that year of that's proposed, it would go into effect. But then the finances would go as you consider those projects one by one, because all of them will be before you again in some form or another.
I think what you're asking is procedurally, you don't have to go into the specific, you can go into the hearing for utilities and listen to the public's concerned about utilities, and then not take action right away, and then go into your hearing on the rest of it, and then go back and adopt the ordinances, consider the ordinances. Is that what you were referring to?
One of the reasons that I asked a couple weeks ago to have these items deferred until after we had the discussion about, essentially about the CIP, because if we don't approve everything in the CIP, it's going to have some kind of effect on what those water and sewer rates may be, correct?
It has the possibility of.
Potentially. There we go. Okay. Okay. I'll go along with that. That's all I got.
Okay. Any other general questions? Okay. So it sounds like all of us have questions about specific programs. Shall we go ahead and open the public hearing, or do you want to talk about it first and then open the public hearing?
You can open the public hearing, and
Okay.
you still retain the right to debate it all.
Okay. Okay. Hey, Dave. Is there a hammer in that pipe over there? Will you hand it to me? It's my special budget hammer.
As long as you
Don't break the
She
table.
just doesn't.
Yeah, don't chip that.
Thanks, Dave.
Sugar.
Keep it safe up here. Okay, so let's open the public hearing. I'll move that I guess, we need to, I don't know why, don't need those anymore. So it sounds like Commissioner Amix wants to do C first, is that what I'm hearing? And then we go back to B?
No. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we can do. We can go ahead and follow this. The only thing that I want to do is make sure that if we are going to make changes in the CIP, does it have any effect on these other changes that we make for rate increases, utility rate increases? And I don't know that.
Yeah, that's why it seems like we should do C first.
Sure.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to open the public hearing on the 2018 budget. So motion made by Mayor Soden, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, so the public hearing is open, but we're going to talk about it first, and then we'll call for public comment. So don't everyone race to the podium right now. I see no one's really doing that anyways, but let's go ahead and start our in-depth discussion. I do want to try to make it so that people can follow along. So if there's something that we can put up on the screen, like if you're Brian Kidney here has done a lovely CIP item listing that don't have contractual agreements. It's a lot of syllables. It just depends on what the commission likes to talk about first. Should we do the CIP first? Does that sound good? Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and pull that up with the small print. Hopefully you can make it bigger on the screen.
Mayor, are you speaking to?
This one that you gave me today, yeah. You might describe it like you were
Okay,
to me
yeah.
earlier.
So, it's going to need to be in a little bit more than that. So this item, from last meeting, there was some discussion about what it would take, what projects are out there that could be cut to make room, if you will, so there's not probably as big as property tax. And so what we did is we went back through the CIP and found those items in the CIP that have not started, that hasn't started any major planning or any contracts in place, any that's had like a resolution of intent that the commission has passed. We've taken those out of this list and then identified those that could be moved around between governmental type funds. So when we're talking about property tax and mill levy, that's generally, in this case, the general fund or the debt service fund. And so those two funding sources are what's on this list. In addition, there's also infrastructure sales tax projects on here because those do have the question on the ballot said used for these purposes or other governmental purposes. And so those are on this list, if that's something that the commission would be interested in. And then, and that's about it. So basically, general fund, debt-funded projects. This is, the first sheet is the general fund. I have the funds over here. Some general fund, CIP, equipment reserve fund from the infrastructure sales tax, capital improvement fund from the infrastructure sales tax, and then a couple projects that are in the capital improvement fund that are funded from a transfer from the general fund. So that's what this first list is. And you all have that. And then the second list is the same thing. These are projects that have not had a commission resolution of intent or have entered into contracts to start the projects. And so I went through and identified those. And you'll see, in fact, that there are still some on the 2017 list that haven't started. So I went ahead, for full disclosure, I didn't want to give you a list and then come back in a couple weeks, you see an item on here that wasn't discussed for approval. So I went ahead and put those items on here too, just make sure full transparency on that. So that's the two lists that you have in front of you. Now, you also have the full CIP list with you that would include the things out of the solid waste fund and a guest tax fund and those other funds that have those very specific purposes. But again, you wouldn't be able to use funds from that, as we talked about earlier, from that funding source to be used to offset the general fund or the debt service fund. So that's the preface to these two lists.
So if we wanted to eliminate the property tax increase, how much would we have to remove from the CIP?
So
12,500,000.
How much?
Sorry.
12 million, $12.5 million.
$12,500,000. Basically, yes. Approximately $12,500,000 would get us right there. But
is that over 5 years though, or
that would
is
be
that
up through 19 if it's a debt funded. So pretty much in the 19 year. Again, it calls. I mean, keep in mind the 19 budget is impacted by the CIP, by the police facility for $17 million. So it's in 19, but I want to make sure to again preface some of the funding mechanisms that are in place in the CIP if it's a debt funded project. So if it's approved in the CIP, or if the CIP is approved, projects that are in the 18 and some in the 19 projects, because of the long planning process that takes place, there are going to be some expenditures that would start immediately. There'd be some temporary financing if we're speaking about the fire or the police facility. There would be some temporary financing, but the full capitalization of the finishing of that project would be in 19, and that's why you see. That's why you would see these projects in those years. These are the years that we say the projects will be completed, not necessarily the cash flow part of it on the debt funding ones. On the cash project sheet, it is the year that the cash is leaving.
Question, Mayor? Okay, Brian, just so we've all heard a lot about East 19th Street from Harper to O'Connell. There's a $1.775 million expenditure anticipated in 2019. What effect does that have on the 1.25 mil increase for the 2018 budget? Any?
Yeah, it would have. Basically, we wouldn't be needing to fund $1.7 million out in 19, and so roughly again using those same kind of debt service, that's roughly $177,000 that you would be cutting out of the debt service fund, and then that equates to approximately 0.17 of a mil.
Okay, 0.18. Okay. Now it's got a corresponding water line that goes with it that I happen to notice, but Dave, in the information that was brought forward as we were talking about the budget preparation, that water line along 19th Street has at least blown up, 3 or 4 times, right?
At least.
Okay.
Right, and I'd also probably point out, I believe, Chuck, that there's a stormwater under 19th Street is going to fail probably sooner rather than later also. So that would also have to be done at some point when that fails. If you've been on,
right,
the road I'm talking about. So at one point the stormwater and then the water would need to be done, and that could be within this 5-year window.
And the road will need some work.
Yeah.
What's the PCI on that?
I want to say 24.
Yeah.
Plus with the underground utilities that need to be replaced, it's kind of silly not to be doing it at the same time.
Because wouldn't it cost more to split those up?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can cut, for example, if you want to cut $1.25 million out of your budget, you can cut $12,500,000 out of the CIP, or you can cut $1,250,000 out of operations, meaning salaries, and benefits, meaning employees. That's your choice.
That's why I'm interested in CIP.
You mean the operating?
No.
Is there $12 million there?
But I'm sure there is. This
Okay.
has a grand total of.
Well, no, I understand. I understand that there's literally more than $12 million there. I'm just trying to get at, do we have 12 million in flexible cuts?
That's what we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Because even if we don't eliminate it, reducing it.
Right. No, I understand that.
Quite helpful.
So, Mayor, maybe one of the discussions that we need to have, are we trying to reduce this to 0? Or is there a mill levy increase that may be acceptable? Are we going to go down through line at a time? And I've got all night, so.
Yeah, I want to take it down to 0, personally. I've been pretty vocal about that for a month or two now.
And I would be one that would say there's got to be some amount under 1 mil, whether it be between 0.8 and 1 mil, that's probably where I'm at. Because there's going to be a lot of these items, like bringing up 19th Street that we've all heard about, that when you look at the comments that we just talked about with the fact we got a water line that's no good and we got a storm sewer that's no good, and how it all connects together if you don't do it all at the same time. we're going to be in a bad situation on that entire stretch of road.
Mhm.
Now, whether or not we have the connection into O'Connell or whatever, yeah, I guess it's O'Connell Road, you know, that's another thing that we need to decide about. Should that happen? Probably not, because the people that live along that don't want to have that traffic through the neighborhood and such, and we have no reason to do that right yet. But that's a whole nother story. So here we are, if we look at those kind of projects, we need to make sure that we take into consideration everything that goes along with it, because there are so many things that are tied to each one of these projects, whether it be water lines, sewer lines, whatever they may be in streets or whatever kind of thing. So
That's why we have staff here.
I understand, but we are we're going to be the ones that are setting that level of expenditure and what it's going to be. So there's got to be, I don't think, you know, Mayor, I respect your opinion, but somehow I don't think it's going to be zero.
Well, we haven't even started, so I'm not sure
Okay.
how we could project that.
Oh.
I understand your warnings.
It's not even warnings.
I would concerns.
Okay.
I understand them, but we haven't even started yet. So
Okay.
let's just see what the commission has consensus on to defer or eliminate.
Okay. It's $150,000 in expenditures to the annual vehicle replacement program in 18 versus 19 and so forth. There's $700,000 a year in 19 through 22, but there's $850,000 next year. I assume that this is in Public Works.
This, that represents all vehicles.
All vehicles?
In the city that's funded out of the general fund.
Okay.
It's a general replacement program where actually what we're trying to do with that 850 is get ahead a little bit. Our fleet manager, I believe, last estimates told us we're about $2 million behind. So it's the same thing. We're just trying to make sure we get ahead. I couldn't tell you what those specific vehicles are, but they would include park and rec. I believe there are some fire vehicles, some police vehicles in there.
Okay, so, and we're going to pay those with cash, and then under the general fund, we got $461,000 worth of vehicle replacement. Where's that going?
That $460,000 is very specific to the police.
Okay.
Vehicle replacement. That's tied to, from my understanding, I'm going to have to turn to Casey a little bit. For
What
the
page
history
are you
of
on?
it. I believe that there was a
127.
increase at one point to pay for the police. Could you explain that?
The patrol has a separate fleet replacement schedule or program or practice than the other city fleet vehicles. So in the past, the city patrol vehicles were sort of their own chunk, and then there was everybody else. And we didn't ever fund everybody else. So we tried to start through the CIP process funding the everybody else, but we still have to continue to do that police patrol fleet. So they still survive on as two separate pots. The patrol fleet, because those get much more usage, they're 24 hours, 7 days a week, and then there's the everybody else city fleet.
Your request was reduced to what you get.
Okay. Okay, so the annual vehicle replacement is everybody else, and the 461 is the police, correct? Okay, to those specific.
I will say there could be a police vehicle in the everyone else if it's not patrol specific. The 460 is very specific for patrol, but if there's another vehicle in the police department, it might be in that pool to be replaced.
Okay. And then at the top of page 128, the adequate security measures that is listed at the top for $114,600, and then the tenant finish for the municipal court location at $400,019. Are those connected, or is that security measure, the adequate security measure, does that go to something else?
The tenant finish issue?
No, I understand. The tenant finish issue goes to municipal court, but there's a line above that that talks about adequate security measure.
For
This is on
18.
page 128 of the CIP,
At the top.
So
at the very top.
Go
Is
ahead,
this-
Brian.
yeah, so the adequate, that's a very specific term, the adequate, and that's for the,
That IT?
no, that's not IT, that is for security measures into the court. metal detectors, the ones.
The municipal court currently.
Municipal court, right. And I will also point out, those are specifically funded, that portion of the CIP is specifically funded from
The court
a
has a
portion
reserve.
of the tickets. So when you pay a ticket, you're paying a portion of your ticket goes towards court.
That's not going to reduce your tax levy.
No,
Right, but
I guess where I'm heading here is in the discussions we have this, are these going to be used at the facility we have now?
They're transferable.
Or, yeah, can they pack up and move to another location?
So what's contemplated with the police facility, eventually they will be moving out, the court will move out of their current lease space across from the court facility that the district court uses now. To begin with, they would move, there's discussions with a location where we would move the one-stop shop. So those security facilities would move into that same facility. And then at some point, and I estimate it's 2.5 years before you'll see an occupied new police facility, even if approved tonight, just because you have to go through design and all sorts of other engineering and architectural review, and then you have to actually have construction. We would move them out of there. So in the interim, that security equipment would move into the same facility. We were looking at Riverfront Plaza. Once the police vacate the current location they're in the county building, the municipal court would move back in there, and that equipment would move back with them. So you'd have all the courts in one building.
Okay.
Municipal and district. So yes, it is transferable. And they have a reserve fund set up off of the ticket revenue, as I understand it, that will pay for those things. So this doesn't get you to the point where it reduces millage, because that comes from another source.
You got your question answered?
I got more, but go ahead.
One that I've heard a lot about is a lot of frustration having to do with us putting 2.5 million to the animal shelter. Is there any reduction that we can do, or somehow finance something differently in some way? I have no idea, but is there something we can do differently with that?
So there's a lot of discussion about the animal shelter facility. And so when we entered into the discussion with the Humane Society about that issue, the discussion went something like this. First off, we have a statutory obligation to provide animal welfare. And we have contracted with the Humane Society to essentially provide that care. The Humane Society is raising, as I recall, $5 million to our 2.5. Having just come from Iowa City and built a brand new facility that the city owns, operates, and staffs, quite frankly, that's a reasonable contribution and participation for a statutory obligation that this city has. So that was part of the negotiation back and forth to get to that number. But it's contingent on them raising the $5 million. And part of the reason that we're getting out in front of it is so that they can use that as leverage to raise the funds that they're going to raise. But they're obligated to raise $5 million. And they're a long way on their way to doing that.
But statutorily, we would be responsible for the whole thing statutorily, right? So they've kicked in,
Well,
three-quarters of that.
statutorily, if you did it on your own,
Okay.
you would be obligated to do it.
Okay.
I suppose you could run a less expensive provision, but that's typically not my experience between a nonprofit and a governmental agency.
Is there anything that can be done? Because I can't find it on this one. Is it on this one, Brian?
It's not on that one. If you recall, I mentioned if we hadn't already done some sort of a resolution intent, and this governing body has given a resolution intent for them to go ahead towards.
So we're already
$5
committed
million.
to it, basically.
Well, you've given a resolution that you intend to do this. Now, whether or not it's legally-
Based on that intent, and the purpose of the intent was to get them going on their fundraising, they've been out spreading the word that the commission has intended by legislation to commit to this and do this. And so that's what the premise of some of their fundraising, significant fundraising, has been about. I think they've raised well over half of their funds at this point, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, so my question has to do with not so much that we should not give $2.5 million to the shelter, but that is there anything that we can do differently in the CIP? Can we stretch it out over multiple years, something that will have an impact in that way?
That's a very fair question. It currently is stretched out. If looking at our CIP on that, what we're doing to fund that is to enter into a loan, and we're issuing debt, and then we're paying that debt off, and they're paying their portion of the debt off at the same time. So we've already stretched it out to, I believe, 2020 to 2021, when it will actually start hitting our budget. So
we're not handing them over $2.5 million in terms of how we're going to pay for it. We're taking a loan and then transferring the proceeds of the loan to them, but our payments will occur over a period of time.
Right. And the way we're structuring it is that they're paying the first portion of that debt service, and then we're tacking on to the end to help us stretch our portion out to meet
It's
the
the
cash
last
flows.
dollar in.
Okay.
On the debt-funded capital spreadsheet you got here, the project that for the 23rd Street Center turn lane from Mass to Louisiana, that's $200,000. I thought there was someplace else where there was another $500,000 associated with that. I'm seeing it on.
Yeah. So again, you're looking at just the cash portion of it.
The other one was intergovernmental.
Yeah, which is a grant.
That's a grant.
So that's more than likely either state turnback or CDBG.
Well, as part of our state permit, we've been trying to pull that. You were asking all these questions, and I think my computer's on downstairs. I don't have it with us, but.
Okay. So that's not our money. That's a grant we're getting from state.
Correct. If you see it intergovernmental, that means it's coming from another government besides the city of Lawrence.
On the top of the second page there, under affordable housing initiatives.
Yeah.
This was a question I'd asked quite some time ago, and I'd asked if the amended 2017 budget was reflected on our 2018 report, and you'd said it was, but it doesn't appear to be, because under my understanding, just a few moments ago, we amended affordable housing, that balance to be at 380.
You know, that's truly it's ironic. It's the same amount, but there's two different things. The 380,000, the 300,000 that was in there is the cash funded out of the housing trust fund, and we're increasing it to 380,000. This 300,000.
That's a separate 300.
That's a separate amount that the commission asked. We had it last year in the CIP to issue $300,000 worth of debt projects. That's been recently submitted out for applications to take that $300,000. I don't recall what the latest is with that, but I don't think we've identified $300,000 worth of projects to use for that. But that just happens to be the same amount.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the same page, the 31st Street, the Haskell to O'Connell Road project? What's the 850,000 there? I can't remember.
Speak up, Chuck.
We already paid that. That was,
Sorry.
that we already paid that for
Okay.
final of the construction, 30%.
So that shouldn't be on this list, really.
Yeah, I apologize, that one got on the list. I will also say on the list is I just noticed also a training burn tower
Yeah.
for 700,000. I know, speaking with the chief earlier, they've already started some of that process on it. I'm not sure how far they are into commitment of those funds, but I know they've started that project also. So that'd be one. If that's one on the list, I would ask that the chief come and talk about the impact of that one. But you're right, that 31st and Haskell, the 850,000. We actually were issuing debt. You just authorized issuance of debt tonight earlier to pay that off. So.
And then the third one down from that, the downtown canopy, lighting, sidewalk, and roof, what's that? Is that
800 block of mass behind the buildings there
Yes.
on the west side?
Yeah. I will turn that one over to Chuck to talk about that project. I think originally it was on there for $350,000. Now, I say that and then I just start explaining the project. Originally, it was to replace the whole canopy. If you're aware of where that is, I think Commissioner Amix had just mentioned.
it's the one that
there, so-
instead of an alley, it has a walkway.
Right.
Yeah, there's a walkway over it. It's basically the way that it's built and the way that it's working right now, it's putting water right back into the buildings, which is probably not a good situation for the property owners there. And so this project takes that down. I believe that they have they've received some bids, they have different alternatives to work on that. And I'll just pass that on then to Chuck.
Okay. You don't have to go into great
We're
detail.
still evaluating the options. It's a pretty significant project. Initially, we were going to replace the roof, do some drainage work and some sidewalk improvements. Then we started looking at it a little more. There's a lot more involved. We're still evaluating options before we bring it back to the commission.
Okay.
But it is a project that's going to need something done.
Chuck, did we take ownership of that once that was completed, whenever?
We're still discussing that as well. That's one of the options that we're still discussing and reviewing. But what it appears, Commissioner, is we do have some responsibility, and if we take the roof off and don't replace it, we may have some structural issues to the facades of some of those buildings that may cost more than repairing the roof anyway. So there's a lot of issues with that project. So we are looking at it and trying to get it evaluated.
Okay.
So the airport, Chuck, we're reconstructing a runway. I got my lines
1533.
messed up here. So that's 200,000.
Yeah, those are typically 90-10 funding. I was able to pull up.
We pay the 10,
Yes.
so that's from the
Yes.
feds.
Yes.
Yes,
And so 200,000 is our 10%.
yes.
Okay.
Tom, down at the bottom of the same page of the book, on page 129, there's a 2.25 expenditure in 2019. It's under the intergovernmental.
So that's from the feds, maybe?
Well, it looks like an expenditure that we have to come up with, but
Well, it's intergovernmental.
Commissioner Amix, we can't hear you.
on page 129 at the bottom is runway under the interlocal agreement.
15-33 runway.
Yeah, it's runway 1533. There's a $2.25 million, what appears to be an expenditure, but all that's federal money?
90-10.
Except for $200,000.
Yeah.
So this
Okay.
is our share.
Okay.
year was 200.
I had a question about this one before, but I read the article in the paper about the police facility that was Tom's, or maybe that was an email that you sent out that talked about kind of the grand plan for the police facility, is that the first phase would be built and that the LEC people would be moved into that, and then some of the ITC, but that you would actually be holding on to the ITC for a while. Because originally, before reading that today, I had questions about the ITC repairs and HVAC if we were doing something different. So we're going to be managing both buildings.
Yeah. So there's a couple differences, and the public has raised questions about this whole process. And what we've done is some different things. First off, it's property taxes, one of our citizens noted early on in public comment, versus sales tax. And the second, is this on?
Yeah, it's on.
The second part of this was that we split the project. So we're doing it on an incremental or on a phase basis. So the original project approached 30+ million. And so this project, plus inflation, we tried to get closer to half. So we were going to phase this project in. And the third part of it was that we were going to use existing city property. So I will tell you from years of experience, you don't know what this stuff is going to cost until you design it and build it. And as you recall, we went out and received approval last year from the City Commission to do some planning and design. I held off on that planning on design so that we didn't get ourselves into a situation where we had another plan sitting on the shelf without a commitment from the city as to what the long-term financing would be. And so that was the approach. So yes, we're going to have to maintain square footage at the ITC because we're not building the whole facility at this point. It could be quite a while into the future before the second final phases of it get built. I contemplate really only a second phase, but that's when you'll have a better idea. But that's a long time into the future. We had initially estimated a second phase might run in the 11 million time frame. And up front is going to cost you more in the first phase because you will probably be building some superstructure that will eventually serve the second phase expansion. And you'll build that now, which will save you money to do it now rather than, try and chop that up too much in terms of the phasing of the construction. Does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. It did. Because it's certainly $750,000 in 2019 and then the roof in 2022. It's a lot of money we'd still be investing in the old building.
Yeah. I tend to look at these projects. I mean, I think what and this is by no means a small amount of money, but it's certainly significantly less than the total hit of $30 million, and I think it allows us to be a lot more creative, plus we're using city properties, which should help control some of the cost of this as well. The other question that came up about this issue was developing a combined campus.
Mm-hmm.
And the property I was contemplating was property that came to my attention and the public's attention that it was going to go to tax forfeiture. And apparently our policy change as to doing business in terms of public incentives had an impact on the current property owner of this property. And he's managed to sell the property and settle the unpaid assessments and special assessments and property taxes, so that matter has been resolved. That takes care of it, and that's a good on one side, but I kind of lost an opportunity. I would also add that in discussion with the county, and this isn't a hard discussion with the county, but we talked about trying to figure out a place for mutual location. But they're a long way from needing that kind of extra space where they would be willing to invest anything. The advantage at this particular time was that this was property that was going to be at little or no cost to the city. And my conversation with the commission in the past, when we talked about phasing this, was to put this on a piece of currently city-owned property to make this work. So.
With the co-locating some facilities, bare minimum, like a firing range or perhaps repair shop for the cars and such, is there any cost savings that we're going to see with that will have any large impact on the numbers we're looking at?
No, because we're not going into, training ranges and firing ranges with this first phase. That's not necessarily contemplated in this first phase. But I would tell you, in the long run, towards the total cost, the more we can build a facility that gets shared, okay, that should reduce overall cost. We certainly don't want two,
Right.
firing ranges and weapons range and other types of training facilities if we can figure that out with the county.
I guess my concern is that a commitment that we need to get sooner than later from the county?
Well, I think it's going to be an ongoing discussion. The county's reached out to the city, and we're going to have on the next meeting a discussion about sitting down with the county about talking about our collaborations and the cost of those collaborations and who pays what. But that's probably, our recommendation is that that's probably not going to take place until after the election, because the city, school district, and county also want a meeting, and that meeting is going to be in August.
Mm-hmm.
So it made sense to us to recommend that you consider that joint meeting on more specific kind of collaborations, possibly after the election, when you know who's going to be on this city commission. There's certainly going to be one change on the commission at that point.
So the 1.5 mil that was approved in the 2017 budget for the design, where does that money go, since we're not doing the design?
Well, that was going to be a part of the bonding,
Yeah.
right? Design.
Yeah, correct. When the go-ahead, when the city manager then approved that to go forward, then that's where we would start, that's where we'd pay for that.
Okay,
when
so
that
it's
starts.
still there, it's still dedicated.
It's
Right.
still, yes, it's still
Okay.
obligated, it's still available, but we haven't issued the
So the
debt, so we're
17
not paying.
The 17 million is actual construction,
Yes,
not design.
it's construction. The design was built into the other part of it.
Okay.
Since we're right there, I had a question on the body worn camera project. Have we established any sort of guidelines for how those are going to be used, how those are going to be? Because I know that it identifies $463,000, but I know that the expense is far greater than that because it also includes a staffing increase.
So last year we had a group of people get together to start work on a policy, and they have started that process, but that wasn't finalized because we don't know what type of equipment that we're going to for sure purchase. And so until that's purchased, it'll take a little while to figure that out. The intent was that this is approved is to run about a 6-month testing on that and then finalize the purchasing. And then there's been a little bit, we've been able to mitigate some of the costs of the personnel as well by not, it's included in the city budget, but it's only included for half of the year. So our current IT division would run the testing process. Since it's not at the rate of 155 officers. It'll be just a small test group. So some of that's already been mitigated a little bit, and we're pretty deep into a policy as well based on the national standard.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to figure out if it makes sense to spend the money before the policy's in place, and you're saying that we essentially have to.
Yeah, we certainly have to do the testing period and have the funds available.
So how far along are you in that policy making? You said
Captain Hepley and Captain Kinley, they headed up that policy, so last year.
In regards to the progress on the policy itself, we've got a very good solid draft of that policy. I think we're still going to need to make some decisions based on what the equipment is capable of. Actually, the longer we've waited on some of this, the more we've benefited in the sense that technology has changed. Some of the equipment can be auto-activated, some of it's activated by sound, some of it can be activated by remote sensor of when a taser comes out of a holster or when a firearm comes out of a holster. So we've got lots of things that we still need to do as far as looking at that equipment, and then part of that policy, of course, will be dependent on which equipment ultimately is selected, because it's going to be, those two things are going to be somewhat tied together. And then, of course, we're going to want to take some input from our fair and impartial policing group, the new police chief, maybe have some public input on that as we develop the policy to determine, is that something that runs continuously, which is not the norm, but is it something that maybe we, every time we have a citizen contact, we activate the camera and record each of those contacts. And I think that's going to be part of a community discussion at some point as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Apparently, while I was having this discussion, I did receive a text from the county administrator. I can only presume he's at home in the comfort of a nice lounge chairs watching this conversation. And so, hi, Craig. You know, I'd like to be able to reciprocate, but your meetings aren't on live streaming. So maybe that can change in the future. He did indicate that there are some properties that are coming forward on tax forfeiture. I'm not sure they're of a size, quite frankly, that would accommodate our use and a future use, but I'm serious about that. So, you know, again, the funding decision allows us to move into that conversation. Otherwise, you know, acquisition types of decisions, unless you already own the property, especially with cities who, you know, are viewed as pretty responsible payers, prices tend to you know, move around. But I think that was a good signal from Craig, quite frankly, that he still has that kind of interest if we could find, you know, a severely discounted piece of property under, you know, or close to what we don't have to pay for our own city-owned properties.
And I don't think necessarily the site or the location being different from the jail changes our ability to co-locate with the sheriff's office in regard to a training facility, or certainly in firearms. They already use our training facility for their academy, and they're able to come out and use it anytime. So I don't think that necessarily changes anything. We can still have those talks in the future.
Tom, we have Wakarusa Drive, 18th Street to Research Parkway at $2.8 million, and is scheduled in 2022. Is that a roadway that could be moved to the unfunded and considered as the highest priority of starting in 23?
Why don't you talk about that project, Chuck?
I'm pulling it up here.
Seems to me that it's
They
far
were
enough
defined
down
by
the line
Scott.
that it's almost like a placeholder situation.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that gets you anywhere right now. in
The
terms
majority of that was
tax
going to be
relief.
funded through infrastructure sales tax.
Use your microphone, please. Thanks.
That project is only getting funded if the infrastructure sales tax passes again.
There we go.
So it's
Oh,
out
that
there.
was that project.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. And it's too far out anyway.
Yes.
And that funding would have to go to an infrastructure, right? Sales tax.
Well, from what I've been looking at, I don't see any big silver bullets that we can do for the CIP. I see a lot of shaving that can be done here and there. A little frustrating, so I guess we would have to look at the operations somehow if we were. Of course, one of my bones to pick is the emerald ash borer and how that became an emergency funding that we did like halfway through the year last year or so. I'm still very upset about that. It was like 2 million or so, I think. Yeah, just start shaving is what I would.
Before we leave the CIP, is it too late to save $1 million on that Castle project?
Yeah. Yeah, the money that would have saved $1 million has already been turned back to the state.
Oh.
So that's a kind of a lost opportunity.
Okay.
I already asked that question.
Yeah, okay.
Well, let's take a quick 5-minute break. Let our minds rest just a moment after poring over numbers. Back in. She's standing right there. Stuart, the man from the Libertarians gave us this.
I'm sorry.
The man from the Libertarians gave us this during the break. All right, Kurt, are we on? All right. So, yeah. So I was just talking to Casey because we were trying to figure out how to do this. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Sorry, peeps. So I was thinking we could do some public comment, and then we'll bring it back for discussion. I did want to look at the operating budget and how any shaving we can do there, perhaps. Do you want to, I guess I'll ask the commission, do you want to have public comment before talking about operating? Just have public comment about CIP?
Public hearing open?
Yeah, it's been open.
Okay, so we should do public hearing.
Let's do public comment, yeah.
Okay, do you want what I'm asking is, do you want public comment specifically about the CIP or all of the budget?
All of the budget.
The budget.
Okay, so we're going to do public comment about all of the budget, that's CIP and operating. So make your way to the podium, sign in, and tell us what you think. The man from the Libertarians, if you might want to explain what you've given to us so it doesn't seem so mysterious. Sorry, I don't remember your name.
Hayden.
Hayden, thank you.
Yeah, and I signed in over the break and provided a copy of my general ideas, sitting right there for you.
You might list them real quick. Probably can in 3 minutes.
That's basically what I'm going to cover. So,
Thank you, Hayden.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners again. My name is Hayden Maples. I live in the Deerfield area, and I'm with the Douglas County Libertarians. I'm glad that's recognized. I appreciate that the Commission is trying to find ways to avoid raising property taxes or at least come under the 1.25 mil increase proposed. As we've noticed, the 2018 working budget is just shy of $200 million, so I'm hoping there is some room to trim the fat there. I have a few questions and suggestions that may help with that process, and like I said, you have copies of those suggestions now. So I'll walk through those. First, with personal services around $80 million and contractual services close to $44 million, has there been any evaluation of long-term costs of full-time staff versus contractors, and could there be some reallocation between those two groups to try to save? I'm curious about a few of the expenditures from the general fund on page 49. So under the city manager's office, there's a public information line item for $159,000. I'm just curious what all that pays for. There are two lines below that. There's $826,000 for economic development. I'm under the impression there's nothing there for previous years due to a change in the tracking process, but have we seen on a return on investment from that significant line item wherever it was tracked before? Under the planning and development services section, there's a line for building safety that has grown almost 40% since 2016. So I'm curious what is driving that rapid increase. Beyond the general fund, most of the specialized funds list expenses for commodities that total almost $13 million. Could those expenses be reduced if they were combined, or are they already as efficient as possible and that's just their allocation?
When you say reduced, do you mean like joint purchasing? Is that what you mean by reduced?
Right, I don't know if there's possible efficiencies based on the fact that there's commodities listed under each of the different funds. Under the guest tax fund, Explore Lawrence is projected to be over $1 million for 2018. I understand that's less than the requested amount, but again, I have to ask here, has there been any proof of the return on investment for that significant amount? In the CIP, I have a couple questions that was already brought up on the vehicle replacement program. So what is the policy for replacement, and how many vehicles does the city own to need $3.65 million over the next 5, in addition to the 460 from the general fund? And then my final question is if there are any more details that can be provided about the $620,000 for Parks and Rec maintenance and repairs. So again, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Hayden. Do you mind if I go ahead and ask you all these before we... So the public information line, 159,000. Perhaps we should give staff time to look at this and then we can continue on instead of expecting it like that. All right, so let's do the next public comment. Michael Davison, do you want to talk about the return on investment for
Sure, I'd love to speak on return on investment. As Michael Davidson, Explore Lawrence. As many of you are aware of, this year we purchased an economic event calculator that was created by the trade association that represents Convention and Visitors Bureaus. And some of the early things we found about that, as you know, that we, between the city and Explore Lawrence, invested over $200,000 for the Junior Olympics, and the initial run of our economic impact was over $17 million for the region. I think within a week we'll be able to give you the numbers for Lawrence. If I found out the way to calculate it, once we find the total room nights sold in Lawrence, we'll create a report that says this is what did for Lawrence and Douglas County. Other things that we've worked on as part of the transient guest tax grant program, we're starting to evaluate all those events. A quickie for you, the Buster Festival was almost $1 million for the city, and the city invested $15,000 in that. So we're seeing a lot of return on investment for what we're doing, and we're trying, as years go on, more and more reporting on this and how the, hopefully this year, $1,600,000 you're giving us will return many, many times that to the city in terms of sales tax and transient guest tax.
Thank
So,
you.
thank
That's
you.
good to hear. You got reports coming. That'll be
Yep,
good.
They're flowing in.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
Hey, Michael, real quick, what was that on the Busker Festival?
Buster Festival was close to $1 million. I've passed those reports on to Porter. If you'd like, I'll pass them on to, and to Britt has also received them, but I can give them to the commissioners as I generate the reports.
Well, just long, in their final format, that would be fine. For me, anyway, I don't know about you.
Okay, yes.
I guess I'd like to point out that the guest tax fund is a restricted fund, and those dollars can only be used for certain purposes, of which Explore Lawrence is very appropriate use.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I go back to some of the others?
Of course,
that I
please.
can probably answer off the cuff?
Yeah, go ahead.
Page 15, personal services around 80 million and contractual services close to 44 million. Has there been any evaluation of long-term costs of full-time staff versus contractors? I can tell you, I look at those, I've been here about 1 year and 4 months, and so I do look at those types of issues. By the description in the gentleman's comments, contractual services have already been privatized services. So we use both deployment of full-time staff to perform services as well as contractual services depending on the particular service. We're not probably as aggressive as other places I've been or other places in the country in terms of keeping that competitive edge between full-time public employment and the opportunity of going outside and privatizing. I attribute that to somewhat recognition that this community values having these employees in employment within our city operations. I would tell you, though, that in terms of being competitive with other places, you probably need to go further in that direction in terms of really evaluating privatizing certain parts of your operation, which I would guess would result in decreased costs.
Tom, on that.
And sometimes places will have current employees compete with privatized services. I sat in on a review panel back in Michigan where they had the current employees of the building department, Scott, compete with private sector suppliers of the same types of services. And quite frankly, the privatized operation won out. So there's all those kinds of opportunities. I think that's what this gentleman is trying to get at. Under the city manager's office, there's a public information line item that pays. Previously, we used to have an individual that was specifically assigned to that position, and when that person left, I combined that position with the arts and cultural director positions, so now those are combined positions. There's a net reduction in one person in that operation as a result of that. 2 lines below that is 826 for economic development. I'm under the impression, the comment goes, there is nothing there for previous years due to a change in tracking processes. Actually, at the behest of this city commission, we've started budgeting more items, and this was an item that had not previously been budgeted or tracked, and therefore it's now incorporated in the budget. And as to return on investment, Britt, who you heard from earlier, does a very comprehensive return on investment analysis and annual report on all of our projects that were incentivized. And I would guess that, Scott, maybe you could address the planning and development services comment.
Yeah, what I think that is an addition, although we've actually lost a few staff positions over the last couple of budget years, we did add an expense for a new special projects inspector, but we also added a revenue source to that. So it was budget neutral, but you're only seeing the expense side of that here.
I also add in all of our departments in the general fund, the benefits for health insurance used to be budgeted in one just department, and now beginning in 17 they're allocated to the actual employees where the employees work. And so I think we addressed that in the past. Why you see a large variance in all of our departments between 16 and 17 is because of that allocation of the health.
But with that allocation, we have a better idea of what it costs to run these various operations, right?
That's why we did it.
Exactly.
On page 15, beyond the general fund, most of the specialized funds list expenses for commodities that total almost $13 million. Could those expenses be reduced if they were combined? They are combined. This is, as he suggests, an allocation of those expenses. So where multiple departments are using similar commodities, to the extent that we've caught those, we try to get common prices across and take advantage of the economies of scale of that sort of thing. And I think he was intuitive enough to understand that that was a very strong possibility. Now, there's some commodities that are probably more exclusive to one operation that are only affecting that operation, but commodities tend to get lumped under that general category, and the detail isn't quite as extensive. You heard from Michael Davidson about Explore Lawrence. Annual vehicle replacement. Actually, I would like to get into a program where we're much more aggressive about charging ourselves rent back on these so that we have the funds constantly available. And what you tend to do in an equipment replacement fund is you determine a life expectancy of that particular piece of rolling stock, and then you set aside so much per year and you charge that back as a rental back to each department, and that fund replenishes itself. Now, when you go out and decide to buy a whole new piece of equipment, you have to start over with that piece of equipment, but technically or typically what happens is that fund starts to regenerate itself, and so you don't get these blips in budgets all the time. We do some of that to some extent, but I think we could be more aggressive in that regard. I think that's one of those things that's happened here where we tend to follow, some of the non-core types of approaches to how we budget and expend our funds. And if we really were tracking the true cost of what it costs to run our core services, we would recognize that we don't have the kind of money to go into other levels of service that we have not traditionally supplied. But in some cases, that has not happened over the years. And I get that, policy-wise, political-wise, there's always things that are coming up. But quite frankly, I think you have to take care of your core services, and that's where your priority is. And through the strategic plan, I think we reemphasize that. And are there any more details that can be provided about the $620,000 for Parks and Rec maintenance and repairs? Yeah, I'm sure there are. Did you get into that?
Well, I could address it generally speaking. I could talk to it generally, but Mark Hecker could obviously talk about the specific projects. And historically, the park and rec maintenance and the park and rec CIP items were taken out of what we used to have a fund called special sales tax reserve fund. I'm sorry. That was the first thing coming into the budget that we decided to take care of because it was a non-budgeted fund. So that fund was funded by the city's portion of the county sales tax. Had always been taken out of this fund as CIP items came up, and then generally speaking, $600,000 to $700,000 in all the various maintenance projects that are needed throughout the year. Starting in 2016, we started putting all the city portion of the countywide sales tax in the general fund, and doing so, we also moved in that approximately $1.3 million for what has historically been taken out for park maintenance and park CIP items. So you'll see that in the CIP going across. The maintenance plus CIP, it's basically we've kept it at approximately that $1.3 million across. Mark and his crew use that $600 some thousand as maintenance projects come up. So if there's a swing set that needs to be replaced, or if there's some item that is under that $100,000 threshold, that they take care of that. I will pass on then to Mark. If you want to know any specific, maybe he can explain some of the projects that you normally will see out of that.
Mark Ecker with Parks and Rec. Literally, that could be hundreds of different projects, and they come up on a daily basis. So if we have a sidewalk heave at South Park, we need to fix that. If we have a pool pump go out, we need to fix that. Ball diamond fence, somebody runs into it, needs replaced. So it's literally things that we don't even know are going to happen that we can react to because we have the funding. Some of the things are planned. The bigger things like painting the outdoor pool might be a big chunk of, a $75,000 chunk. But a lot of it's very much projects that come up in daily activities of Parks and Recreation. So that's people using our facilities.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we got Hayden's list done. All right, so let's continue on with public comment. Is there anyone else that would like to? Oh, I'm sorry,
We
Lisa.
ask if Hayden, if those answers, those are good? Okay. He gets it.
Okay, good.
He's out there.
All right, thanks, Lisa. All right, so public comment. Come on up to the microphone and say your name and say what you think.
Is this on the general budget or just on the CIP?
This is for all of the budget. Anything you want to talk about with it? Thank you for asking, though.
I'm Julie Jasperson. I live at 129 Sharon Drive. I think you've heard from me before.
Nice to see you.
So now you know my face. I'm just here. There was a comment in the newspaper about how you were looking for places to cut the budget. And it seems to me that the elephant in the room is the police and fire budget. I've spent some time on the website. I got some great information from Casey. I understand all of it better. But if you look at 2016 actual to 2018 working, it looks like fire and police went from less than 50% of the budget to now about 62% of the budget. That's a 12% increase over 2 years' time. Is it going to keep going 12% every 2 years? Pretty soon, it seems to me the entire budget is going to be taken up with fire and police. My concern about police is they keep asking for more and more officers, more and more expensive equipment. Some of it I can see is necessary, but and I know that you dropped the number of police officers that you allowed them to hire the last time from, 19 to 14 or something. I just don't see the population of Lawrence increasing the amount that the police seem to want more and more and more and more officers. So that's, to me, a place where you could certainly find some places to trim would be in the fire and the police budget. I'd also, again, like to protest this whole police facility thing. I, again, understand that you voted on it, but the citizens of Lawrence voted against it, and I feel like you've done an end run around all of that, but I know that train has left the station. But I hope that moving forward, there is some consideration of getting more public input on all of this. I would just appreciate that, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Julie. So,
I've got a question for Tom. if
go
that's-
ahead, yeah.
In that regard. So part of the design phase, how much public input or public process will be involved with that discussion?
As much as this commission desires.
Right, good.
Okay.
And just one more, I'm sorry,
Mhm.
one more thing. The population of Lawrence has been growing about 1,000 people a year for the past, 10, 15 years? Yeah. So it has been growing, yeah.
The other thing I would bring up, and in particular the police department, the issue of what is the proper staffing level was kind of being discussed during the whole interview process, and in talking with the previous chief, Tarek Khatib, I question how in fact you do determine what the staffing is. So we located a couple different analytic tools that were used. One was funded by the Justice Department, and Michigan State University received a grant and uses a calls for service metric as a big part of determining how many officers are on the street. And so between myself and the police department, mainly the police, they took that model and they ran the numbers in terms of how many officers we need on the street based on the workload, the calls for service, the type of shifts that we run. And I would say we're pretty close to where we're supposed to be in that regard. I can tell you the police have asked both years that I've reviewed budgets for personnel additions, and they haven't received everything they've asked for. They will tell you that as well. And so we have those hard discussions every year. Every part of this budget probably asked for more than I actually recommended to this city commission. So those conversations are going on all the time. I read the daily logs on police activity in this community pretty much every day. They've modified the process a little bit now. I don't get to see quite a bit of the detail. But quite frankly, you'd be surprised about how much activity, police activity, goes on in this community. It's pretty substantial, and it's pretty serious stuff that these officers deal with. So, I can cut with the best of them, okay? But I'm not going to cut to the point where I jeopardize safety in this community. Well,
It just seems like a big budget.
It is. It's a big part of our operation, and quite frankly, that's why I'm led to this whole conversation and discussion about, is there some way to combine the Lawrence Police Department and the county sheriffs? And I will tell you, I think that is a big part of the discussion going forward. And at the same time, you'll know that publicly I've raised questions about who pays for what in those collaborations. And I'm going to continue to research that and study that and discuss that with our counterparts at the county. And I'm sure they will have a counter discussion with that. But I just want you to know I do look hard at those numbers, the office, what they're doing. We have a new chief coming in. He will bring a different perspective to this department. I can say he because the 4 finalists are all male, without telling you who it is yet. But those conversations are going on. I want you to know that. And I look for cuts. You will ask any of these department heads, they go through a pretty intense review when they go through budget review with me. So,
I guess I'd like to go back to that increase from 2016 to 2017 and 18, because there was a change in how we're showing the information in our budget documents.
right.
Because there's a significant general fund benefit paid to the police and the fire in that general fund. And in 2016, that was someplace else in the budget. It did not show up in that general fund. Now it does. So it's really not fair to say this is, a huge change. There are increases, but a good portion of that is frankly just a different set of budgeting and accounting. And, it's not really talking about apples and,
Yeah, actually, we started to allocate on a department-wide basis the fringe benefits to all of the departments, whereas they may have been more lump sum before. And so now they're being allocated more directly to the particular department's budget, which shows now, an increase. And so if you didn't know that part of the background, you'd look at it and say, well, why are we giving them all these increases? That's not the case.
And the whole reason to do that is so that we can understand what the cost of these services is.
Right.
And so that we can actually see the cost. Before, we couldn't really see what the costs were.
Yeah, it's just a huge increase in transparency so that we are actually understanding the full cost. And we're getting better at it every year. I think it's just great for us to be doing more of this.
I was one of the ones that received and responded to Mrs. Jasperson, and I have to say, I've worked at a lot of municipalities that nobody asked questions and showed up. We love this. This is what we're looking for, and we really appreciate your email because it actually prepared us for tonight. If you remember the response, she spent a long time on it. It was part of our prep time, so we could just say, oh, well, it was $4.3 million was what that benefit was. So again, thank you for your interaction and input. So.
All right, any other public comment?
Did you want to break in for election results?
Oh, are they final? I do. I said I was going to. I just have the LJ World. Send me the link over. We'll listen to Ted and then I can pull it up. Oh, look at that. Porter's got it. All right, hold on a sec, Ted.
He is the information officer.
Okay, so we got 15,771 people voted. Do we know what percentage that is? Last I saw was like 6.5%. That's always
I think that's total votes.
That's
but
total
people got up
votes.
to 3, so.
right. Oh, this is total votes cast
so
is
it
15.
could potentially be as little as 5,000 people voting.
Okay, that makes more sense than.
5,844 ballots cast.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Lisa is in the top number 1 position, 3,671. Matthew is 2,843 votes.
Killed me, Lisa.
Dustin Stumbling Bear, I thought he was here. I thought I saw him. There he is. 2,740, he's number 3. And then Jennifer Ananda, I saw her just walk out. She's back there too. 2,514. Mike Anderson, 1662. Bassem Shaheen, 1305. Ken Easthouse, 759. Christian Likey, 277. So congratulations to the top 6. So we'll be looking forward. I wrote down the date. November 7th is the general election. So make sure everyone gets ready for that. So congratulations to you both. So exciting. All right, Ted, now we're ready for you.
Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement Association, and also Lawrence Police Foundation. Back in 14, I was part of the group that advocated for a police facility. And I think that the Lawrence community takes our police department for granted. We walk our streets safely. They protect us. And apparently there wasn't a lot of people in this room that went on those tours at that time showing the facilities that we now have that accommodate the people that serve us. And so, taxes, they're a necessary evil. But what are we going to do without them? We're not going to have anything. So the deal is this property tax increase, it's justifiable if the priority is a new police facility. Our police department has been serving Lawrence very well and don't hear very many complaints. And if some of you would tour, for instance, 11th in New Hampshire, where that facility is, that was designed after a hospital, and it belongs to the county. And the city leases rooms in there. The IT up on Bob Billings Way, that was some type of pharmaceutical testing building. And then we rent other numerous buildings. We're spread out all over the city and waste a lot of time communicating between those buildings, evidence, storage, and all that type of deal. So I believe that this police facility, it's time that it's become a priority, and it only missed passing by 4%. And mainly it did that because the number one item that turned the public off was the recreation center. We had just funded a $19 million library. And and I'm not saying the recreation center is a bad thing. It's not. It's 100% beneficial to Lawrence, Kansas. We seen what happened last week when we had over 8,000 athletes here and the money that it brought to this town. But it didn't come up to the public for a vote. So people voted against the police facility and it lost by 4%. And it was a sales tax. That 30% of that sales tax for that, we would have been getting ready to go in our 4th year of paying that off in 8 to 10 years. And 30% of it would have been paid by out-of-town visitors to our community. So now we're going to pay property tax. It always goes on the property tax, you know. And North Lawrence, there's approximately a little over 1,000 homes in North Lawrence. 75% of those homes are owner-occupied. And yet, we are a low to moderate income neighborhood that qualifies us for CDBG money. So, boy, you just let me get started and then you cut me off.
Sorry, Ted. We're at shot clock now.
That's too bad.
All right, any other public comment? Okay. I guess we're going to bring it back to the commission. Let's go ahead and close the public hearing while we're thinking about it. So I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Mayor Soden, seconded by Vice Mayor Boley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, so now we'll bring it back for commission discussion.
Sure. Can I start?
Please.
Okay. I'll open this, I guess, with a question or a clarification for Casey or Tom or Brian or whomever. I can't give you a page number because I'm doing mine off all electronically, but I'm under the city manager's office section. One of the things that really jumped out at me, and my guess is that the answer to this is similar to what Commissioner Boley was talking about in the way we're budgeting. And it's not actually a massive increase, but rather a shifting of funds. But I want to clear that up. Otherwise, I'll lose more sleep over it. Under City Manager's Office, contractual services, we show $8,663,000 in 2018 working budget, which is up from $7,111,000 last year, which is up from $5,785,000 2 years ago. So if my math is correct, we have a 67% increase in City Manager's Office contractual services in 2 years. That amounts to almost $3 million total. Can you make me feel better about that? Well, I do mine online.
The
So
general fund?
I don't know your.
General fund,
Yeah.
page 48, 49.
I should get mine out.
Yeah, I bet that's it. I don't know.
102.
I just use the OpenGov site that we use. I like our new fancy toys that we have. It's really nice, by the way. So thank you for whoever was, behind that. Thank you for that, because these books are antiquated. We're ready to move on. Do you see where I'm at on there?
Matt, could you repeat that, please? Because I'm not following you.
Sure. Under.
I can show you.
Okay.
Yeah. But I will repeat it though. Just
Okay.
under
Okay.
City Manager's Office expenses, the section of contractual services under the working budget for 2018 shows $8,663,000, representing 69.28% of that budget. That is up from $7,111,000 last year, which is up from $5.7 million 2 years ago, a 67% increase in 2 years.
So, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and take the opportunity to show people what Commissioner Herbert's looking at right now. If you go to our website, if you go to the budget website, there's a budget link to get into what we call OpenGov. You get in there, and it does have an explanation of how to use this report. But basically, I'm going to go in, and this is showing total expenditures, total revenues for all funds. So you'll see the 196 million that we're talking about. I'm going to go over to City Manager, and it's going to pull up the City Manager's office. So let me see. I don't like this version. If I go over to my filters.
See, now you're just getting fancy.
No, I'm going to take, and we're talking about just the general fund.
This is fun for him.
So, yeah.
It is.
So this is what Commissioner Herbert's speaking, this same that you're looking at, where it's increased year over year, year over year. If I go in, and I could tell right away that it's in the contractual services area that the increase is in. I can click and it drills down to that part. Here's where you're seeing the increase, and other. I'm going to pull that up. That's the economic development that we've talked about. This was in, again, the same place that was budgeted in the general fund. This overhead amount that we used to have was in its own separate fund. Economic development function takes place within the Office of the City Manager. Specifically, that's where Brett is paid for out of. And this is where most of the economic development grants, I believe the chamber expenditures are taken out of there. I may have to pass over to Diane on, the Peasley expenses are in there. That's where you're seeing the difference in 18. If I go back to departments, and I click all departments, you'll see that economic development, it has gone up specifically, but from 17 to 18, in 17 it was in its own department, in a different department. Now in 18 it's in under the general city managers.
Okay. And is that I guess you might have just answered my second question. That accounts for the dramatic increase in other? Because I was a little concerned.
Yes, this is listed
what I love
as the
about
other.
OpenGov is that it does truly create that transparency we always talk about. You can just, from your, we don't have any secret password to get into this. Everybody can access this from their home. But what concerned me was that we have categories like other, because that specifically flies in the face of the whole intent of transparency when we say other is 1.6 million, whereas last year it was 478,000.
If you were to click on down in there, it would go into the category of other economic development. Other, there could be another. If you went to other departments, there might be other. Nate, I'm going to look at you a little bit. Do you know why that would be? Is that just the category that's set up in our accounting system?
That's how it's set up in our accounting system. So when it pulls in the data, it's going to go drill down to the object code level. And economic development is in other economic development line item. We
Can
can't
you
give
say
you a
who you are
breakdown.
for the, don't forget about the microphone too. Thank you.
Sorry, Nate Bloom, Finance. So if we go back, you can see other economic development. There's other contractual services. There's elite programs in there. Election expenses, ERC programs, etc.
Okay. So it just happens to be that category, for whatever reason, when it was set up in our accounting system, called them other. We can change that.
Next year, Matt, what I'm going to do is I'm move that over to the
city clerk's department. And I'm gonna look like I'm a real cost cutter. And she's gonna, and you're gonna be saying, why is the city clerk going up so much?
You weren't a recommended cut yet.
Not to crush your joke there, that already is in the city clerk, so the office of the city
Yeah,
manager.
yeah, I already have it.
Wow, thanks, Casey. We were having a good time when you showed up.
I'd make the jokes, but I just wanted to point out that the office of the city manager does include more than just the city manager's
Okay.
office, the city clerk, HR. So some of those expenses doesn't make sense that the LEAP program, which is an employee recognition program, is paid out of HR. That's a division of the office of the city manager.
Okay. All right, so that was my city manager's office question. Now I have to address the elephant in the room of my circle of people that gave me a hard time. Can we discuss what our annual expense is related to the plastic skating rink?
We aren't bringing that back, are we? First of all.
Well, that's kind of what I want to figure out. Because
Is that
that's,
in the budget here? Is that in?
well, that's why I'm
It's
trying
not
to.
a line item.
Brian, I remember asking you that.
You asked me specifically about
Yes, I did.
skating rink?
A couple weeks ago.
I apologize, I don't quite remember that, but I'll ask Mark to come up here specifically, but I would imagine the cost of installing it's coming out of the general fund, but the operation subsidy is coming out of the recreation
But I
fund.
thought we weren't doing it anymore.
That's completely a decision that can be made. If we
All right.
decide we're done with it, we
Okay.
can be done with it.
I mean,
We have an
Decision
investment.
made.
Well, but that's the sunk cost fallacy, though. I mean, that's a premier
Yes, it is.
example.
Yes, it is. The operation part of it is expensive.
Yeah, the setup of the skate rink is what costs so much, because we have to basically build a flat platform and then put the skate rink on top of it. Yeah, as a recreational program, if you didn't take the setup into account, it's not too bad. But yeah, we've seen decline in use over the last 3 years. It was really popular. Over 8,000 people used it the first year. It went down to 4,500. Last year was around 2,000. But still, that's quite a few people, honestly, for a very short period of
If you
time.
just give me direction, I'll take a look at it,
Yeah.
and with the new director and
I think
Mark,
that'd
they
be
can
good.
figure it out.
Yeah.
Please.
All right.
There's count noses 3 this way.
Well, I mean, it's usage is cut in half every year.
Yeah, and, you know, we're not
And every year we
arguing
talk
at all.
about it, the explanation given us, but it cost us a lot of money to buy.
So the Emerald Ash Borer,
Sure.
is there anything that we can do to stretch those costs out over
Yeah,
time?
if you recall, that was about an 8-year program, so it's still escalating. And quite frankly, it is a lot of work. We're finding out it's much, much more difficult than we ever thought it would be, just because it's going so quickly through town. You know, we aren't really in control of how fast this is going. It's the bugs themselves that are spreading throughout the city. So our basic goal is to not have a bunch of dead standing trees on right-of-way. You know, coming out of this winter, there were a lot of dead trees, or some that were, 60 to 80% dead. So, I wish I could say that we were controlling this, but we really aren't. We're just trying to manage it as best we can. And
So in the management of it, is there anything that we can do to stretch costs out?
On the
I mean,
front-
do we have to remove every tree? Are you only removing trees in the right of ways, or?
We're removing trees on right-of-ways and working with homeowners for private property. And I'm telling you, it hasn't peaked yet. We're still in the upcycle on this, so it's going to get worse here in the next couple of years. Removing trees is a cost. Replanting trees is another cost. That can be a decision if the governing body decides we don't want to replant trees. I don't recommend that because I just think it depletes the urban forest. So I like our program. It's expensive. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not,
It's very
because it's
expensive.
very expensive. But quite honestly, it's sweeping through. It's hitting Topeka now. They're having the same issue we had about a year and a half ago. That they're just really reeling on how they're going to deal with it in a bigger urban setting. So.
Is this something that perhaps you could look at more?
Well, we can look at it. I would tell you, I had it in Michigan, it followed me to Iowa City, and it's followed me to Little Lawrence.
So it's your fault.
And, yeah, so it's my fault. It came in my suitcase. But it has kind of an east-west, migration, and quite frankly, it's devastating.
Mhm.
We had a lot of individuals, particularly back in Michigan, who wanted to inject their trees and save them, and they extended their life, for some period of time, but it's devastating. And I think what you have to do is get back to not planting a monospecies up and down every block. You have to create that variety. I've talked to the forestry people here. You have some outstanding. Crystal is just a very wise individual in managing your forest. I would put a lot of faith in what she's telling you in terms of running that operation. I don't think they're wasting any money, and most of this, I think, is coming through our staff, and you geared up a little bit to deal with this, and I think you're still at the early stage of this problem, and you have a ton of them. Now, back in the woods, you don't necessarily, you could probably let some of them lay, but I'm not sure that what we're spending right now is overspending. I would have said something.
I guess my question or concern or issue, I don't know which, maybe it's all three, is that that amount, as far as I'm aware, just got put on top of Parks and Rec. So perhaps it would make sense to find other less priority things in Parks and Rec and replace it with the higher priority things, which the EAB would be one of them. So it's not so much that I want to sit up here and deny that it's happening or anything like that. It's just, we have to prioritize within a budget instead of having this catastrophic damage to our budget by the EAB, is just manage. Because of course, one of the big issues I also have is the amount of the countywide sales tax that immediately just goes into, it goes in the general fund, but then is distributed to Parks and Rec projects. And to me, I don't feel that sales tax necessarily was all about Parks and Rec. From everything that I've read about and from past spending as well, it had to do with the community health building as well. So I have a lot of concerns with the growth of the Parks and Rec department budget from year to year. And of course, the EAB was just a...
I've heard that from some of your fellow commissioners.
Yeah, well, I guess now I'm drawing the line, I kind of feel that one of the things when I was talking to Rochelle with the LJ World, when she was talking about how we're raising taxes and directly connecting it to the police facility, I don't see it that way at all. Right. What I was just talking about, I see it as things like that have led into it, where
you're right.
Budgets keep expanding instead of. So I want something done about that.
Well, we've just changed the administration of the Parks and Rec Department, and my expectation is that individual will bring in a different look and evaluation to that entire operation. And as you know, in the manager's office, we've divided up myself and the assistants to oversee different parts. Brandon oversees this, and I can tell you, I hear the conversations he's having with Public Works, with Parks and Rec, and with utilities. Mm-hmm. And he is looking at how we can do things more efficiently, how we can combine and share services between those departments. What we did is we aligned services that have the potential to share. Mm-hmm. And so that's why those services are linked under Brandon, and so he's making real progress in that regard. And maybe what we need to do is start reporting back to the commission about some of those internal changes that we have made and are making to make it more efficient. Mm-hmm. But we aren't just doing things in terms of attrition. We're also, moving some positions together and having them share. Every time an opening occurs in this city, it has to go through me. And so I'm looking at all those. All these department heads know that they have to justify the refilling of the current position. And it's not that we would just eliminate it. We're having them look at, is there some other things that they can be doing with that position? Is that the best position? Is there a way to make it more efficient?
Sure.
So we've built that into a regular routine in terms of our operation.
Right.
So I think that's very consistent with what you're asking for and how we look at things. And I appreciate you being supportive in that regard, because that's not always the case. You know, I know there's a reluctance. You know, you even showed reluctance tonight, not you personally, but from the commission, about jumping into the operational side. But the operational side, quite frankly, has to be evaluated if you're going to make a true impact. It isn't just capital improvements. In fact, what I think's happened here is that you've deferred capital improvements and you have not been as tough on operation sides, at least forcing justification for continuing the way we do things and not looking for changes in the way we do things. And so that's now become part of our culture to look at that on a regular basis.
So how do we take this new look and make it so that we will have no property tax increase?
Well, you can't do that overnight.
No.
Because a lot of these services, I mean, even minor changes, okay? Let me just say, how about solid waste collections? Okay?
You know, talked about overtime the other night.
Well, but you know, we just made some pretty significant changes there towards efficiency, and we got a lot of pushback, and we got a lot of disgruntled, you know, individuals in the community about the things we were doing. But in the long run, those changes are going to have a very positive impact on our operational cost. It's not without pain that you do some of these things, but my take is if you don't deploy technology, if you don't make your operation as efficient as you can, somebody else will. And cities compete. We're all about competing for economic development right now. And one of the things they look at is your cost of operation, because they all pay for it. So we have to look at who's providing the services, how we're providing the services, can we do it more efficiently? Is technology going to replace some of our operation? I try to be humane about that approach and use an attrition process and not a layoff process to accomplish that. But in the long run, you have to keep plugging away at that, and the returns will show up for you in the long run. And that's what we're about. Every one of these staff will tell you, I've been harping about that since I've been here. So we are moving in that direction.
You know, one thing that I wanted to ask for, but I stop myself every time I do it because I don't know if I want to know the answer, but I guess I want to know the answer. I want to know in the past 10 years what the total receipts and revenues for Parks and Rec has been over 10 years, because
we have those numbers.
Okay, I would love to have this because I'm afraid of how much it's gone up from year to year to year to year. So that really, part of that is really what upsets me about raising the mill levy.
Well, Tom, with regard to deferring on the operations, I think we've been pushing pretty hard for a couple of years on trying to figure out what this stuff costs. That was a frustration for me when I walked in the door, was I couldn't tell what we were spending on stuff.
I'm not saying in the last couple of years. I'm saying over time. I think a lot of CIP has been deferred.
Okay, right. But I mean, I think that, you know, the whole reason to say, how can we get our accounting lined up so we can see what stuff costs, is so we can prioritize across the whole government. And we budget all our funds so we can prioritize across all the government, which is not what we were doing a couple of years ago. So I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Just a question about the emerald ash borer. I'm getting the idea that it's worse than what we thought. Is that what I'm hearing, Mark?
It's progressing about as we projected,
Oh, okay.
and truly it's a projection
So
because
you
we're
don't
trying
think the
to.
cost is going to go up?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so. Actually, we budgeted less in 18 than we had projected in the original proposal.
Okay.
And I can't tell you the exact numbers, but I know it wasn't what we originally proposed. So we're just incrementally increasing as we have to.
Okay.
And, you know, we're going to go as fast as we can, do as much as we can with what we have, so.
All right, thank you.
But it's truly a liability issue. Then we need to worry about it that way, because if we have a bunch of standing dead trees on right away, they're going to fall in the streets. So we need to think liability-wise a little bit on that.
So on that reduction, was that in the contractual services?
Yeah, is the total, and again, it's kind of a little bit funny money because we projected this for the whole 8-year program. Well, what the number we projected, we didn't put that in the budget. It was a lower number than what we had originally
But you
planned.
staffed up fully as budgeted?
Yes.
It was in the contractual
that first year,
services?
we got up to the level that we
Okay.
needed to operate the operation, but
So
we didn't do.
It's not easy to cut once you've staffed up.
No, I mean, and we're running those crews ragged. I mean, honestly, we have 2 crews. And you got to remember, it's not just Emerald Ash Borer, it's all the forestry operation for the whole city. So it's all the right-of-way trees everywhere. So that one crew before was just taxed completely, so.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Mayor, I did want to follow up with the citywide, or the city portion of the countywide sales tax, just to get you some dollar figures. In 2018, we're looking at $10,258,000 coming in the general fund. 2.4 million of that is transferred out to subsidize the recreation programs in the recreation fund. And then again, the 1.3 million for the maintenance and CIP that carried over. So that's 3.7 million total. I believe the community health building maintenance is
About 300,000. We also receive half of that back then from the county, but we do pay for the city's share of maintaining that community health building from the proceeds of that countywide sales tax.
okay. So I just wanted to follow up on that.
So 10 million and 3 of it goes to Parks and Rec.
Approximately 30%.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was it the 3 years before that, and what percentage? I guess that's my question.
Okay.
Yeah.
The percentage has been pretty constant, hasn't it?
Well, I would say that 1.3 million of the maintenance and CIP has been pretty constant. The amount in the recreation fund has been proportionally going up at the same rate as the increase in sales tax has been going up.
So it's been about 30%.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that you've done a spreadsheet on that before. and
Well,
that was
sure.
about 25, 30.
Okay, I guess I don't remember that.
Yeah.
So yeah, about 25-30% then, if that's,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me.
Brian, I don't know if, I don't have the exact date, but in my time here, the city used to have a property tax mill levy that supported the recreation fund, and over time, that was eliminated and replaced with the transfer of the countywide sales tax. So I've been doing budgets here for about 14 years. So within that 14-year span of time, a commission made the decision to purposefully stop putting property tax towards recreation and instead use the countywide sales tax. When we first did that, we held that amount flat for a number of years. And then I think it wasn't maybe until Brian arrived that we started allowing that to increase to recognize that there is inflation. So
Yeah.
you've been here 2 or 3 years. So just wanted to offer that up if it
I
helps.
think we need to make that a future topic, is diving into the details of the 94 countywide sales tax.
Okay.
Because to me, increasing automatically budgets to other departments based on the amount of inflation that has gone into sales tax, which typically goes up every year. I have concerns about that too. So I just think that would be a good conversation for another day.
I would like to share, in fact, that our new Park and Rec director and I had this conversation. A major part of that use of the sales tax is to transfer subsidized to the recreation programs. This commission has asked before, and I think it's been waiting for the new position to come on, the director to come on board. We do plan on coming back to the commission and talk about the subsidy or how much you pay for programs. That's a direct impact on that sales tax. So I think delving into it, that's part of it. The other part is how do we fund or subsidize those recreation programs? And so I think it's the other way around would be a little bit better of what is the commission's policy on funding levels for those recreation programs, and then use that policy to make that transfer into the recreation fund. So
Yeah, and
I
how
think
we distribute the rest of it as well.
Well, the rest of it does go into the general fund. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Future day.
Okay.
All right. Keep reading. Any other commission discussion?
Couple last things.
Mm-hmm, please.
Tom, the solid waste facility at Kresge. We have 3.7 million. We're going to proceed with that project. How are we proceeding with
Yeah,
that project?
you're right. That money was deliberately saved over a period of time to build out the Kresge. As you might recall, I started to look at both the Public Works facility and solid waste is also a part of that down at our current location. And my concern is that we were starting to scatter all of these facilities. And there's a real synergy when you have fueling stations and you have maintenance all located in the same place. So I recommended that we stall the improvements out at the Kresge and consider looking hard at a consolidated public works facility, which quite frankly, the current location is sitting in part, as I understand it, on floodplain. And so we're looking at a current piece of municipally owned property and trying to get enough additional property to bring it to 80 acres. And with Brandon in the discussion and Dave and Chuck and now Derek, we're talking about what potential maintenance facilities could all be combined into one location. So the first thing I want to do is secure a site, and then eventually, as we have funds available, start to locate those facilities in a consolidated way. Now, I would tell you what I think was an opportunity lost, and I don't like to look back, but the county built a brand-new public works facility. Quite frankly, apparently, that it didn't go to a consolidation, but that would have been a great opportunity for that. And that was just done within the past few years. And it's a beautiful facility. But, we could have probably shared fueling stations and mechanics bays and all sorts of things, and that didn't happen. But internally, we have our own polarization of some of those operations, and this is an attempt to bring it back. So we put that money on the shelf because, quite frankly, not unlike a retail store, some of these parts of the operations have a better cash flow than other parts, and so I didn't want to give up the opportunity to use some of the cash flow from solid waste to help build this consolidated facility because they would be located there as well. In the interim, they finished the HHW, the Household Hazardous Waste Facility, that's in use, but the other parts of that development are on hold pending an opportunity to really sit down and evaluate a consolidated public works, parks maintenance to some degree, clearly utilities has a hand in all of that, and then seeing what sharing of facilities and personnel can occur as a result of all that. So that's where we're headed with that. But that money has an intended purpose. Okay. So it was designated, and it was raised through solid waste fees, as I understand it.
Okay. So where it says Kresge Phase 2, it's really not Kresge Phase 2, but
it has not
it's a
been
bigger
determined
picture.
that it will be there. We put it
Okay.
on hold pending further review.
Okay. And then the other question that I started out with earlier has to do with the automated meter reading installation and the fact that there's $11 million that is proposed to be spent over the next 2 years, and the effect that it has on water rates. And is there a savings to the water rates if we were to spread that out over, say, a 7 or 8 year period versus doing a $10 million expenditure or $11 million expenditure in 2 years?
I think we calculated an amortization period, I think, of 11 or 12 years to pay for itself. So the initial investment is big. The other thing, is is we've already reduced staffing to some degree, and I think the projection is that more staffing will be reduced by deploying that technology. Quite frankly, that technology is being deployed across the country, and that's a prime example of us not being competitive in terms of how to go about doing things. So, Mike, you want to jump in?
When we talk about, when we talk about the reduction in staff, are we talking about eliminating people because of this expenditure?
Yeah, you're talking about attrition. You're not talking about laying people off. We will attrit them out.
And reassigning, we talked about reassigning last time.
Right, I think that's one of the things as we move into that and look for the right fit of people into those new roles that they would have, because instead of reading meters, it's going to be more technology based. And so, I think those are some of the things that we're looking at as we start to deploy that, is how do we retrain the folks that we have, or how do we look for another place where they might fit in the department as we have people that leave.
So there will be a net reduction in staffing.
Correct. And then just a couple of other things, as we looked at that, some of the, it had a 12-year payback. And so that looked at trying to get those meters in place and on the ground and up and running within 18 months to 2 years. And that's where you start to see that savings. The longer we spread that out, the longer we have to hang on to those meter readers and some of the positions that we would repurpose. Secondly, as you spread that out, the cost of meters and the replacement parts that we have, they're going to get more expensive. I mean, we've already seen that in terms of our meter costs. They go up on an annual basis. So to say that, and I haven't really looked at it to try to spread it out that far, but while you might be able to see a reduction in the bonded amount or the bonds that we would sell, there would be an increase in the cost the further out that we let that go. I also think that as we start looking at the individual inclining block rate for the rate structure, one of the things that's really imperative is that we give the customers the tools to look at, how do I use water? Do I have leaks? Do I have patterns that I need to adjust? And quite frankly, right now, the technology and the data that we have doesn't supply that. And AMI would provide that, where we would have data that would be on incremental basis down to even 15-minute style. So if something was going on overnight, or you had families coming in for a vacation, or relatives at Christmas time, you would be able to see the impact of that on water usage.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I don't see how we're going to reduce people in all of that, but it's okay. Because if we're going to retrain them to be in some other place, I just don't see us reducing staff, but that's fine.
Well, I mean, we've gone
If
from...
we do it by attrition, I mean, I understand sooner or later people retire, but.
Right. Well, or if we have other positions, because we do have, especially in our operations pay grade, we do have quite a bit of turnover in that. So it's not necessarily waiting for someone to retire. It may be that somebody quits in another position, and then we
retrain them to take a different position.
Correct.
What are the long-term costs associated with this automated technology? We talked about a 13-year payback rate, but I got to imagine that assumes a zero cost after the initial cost. Is that realistic?
Well, I mean, you're still going to have to replace meters and radios on a regular basis, and all the technology and batteries and everything is getting better. Right now, the warranties are 10-year full replacement, and then there's a proration from 10 to 20, but they're guaranteed for 20 years. So as we buy the radios, they're battery operated. As we buy the meters, they're battery operated. Those are all 20-year warranty items. And like I said, as battery technology gets better, some of those devices are going to, we'll be able to extend that period. In terms of meters, you know, the type of meters that we may be looking at right now, they have moving internal parts. Some of the newer meters, the mag meters or the ultrasonic meters, they don't have any moving parts inside. So those are the things that wear out or get buildup on them. And, you know, we look at somewhere between 15 and 20 years to replace those meters.
So does your payback projection include costs to maintain and operate those for the next 20 years?
Yes. Yes.
Is that all the questions on that topic? I'm gonna change topics if you're.
Sure.
I was remembering when we were working on the memorandums of understanding with the fire medical, one big issue had to do with the amount of overtime and on board. I don't remember the numbers, that was a couple years ago. But I'm curious to know if hiring more fire medical people would help with overtime costs. Would that be a better way to do it, or just to continue relying on overtime?
Our general leave policies are pretty generous.
Right, I get that.
And so as a result of that, we're calling back and paying overtime with a fair degree of frequency. That's something Mark and I talked about. And in fact, in tonight's city manager's report, I'm reporting out that overtime is really taking a hit, especially in fire medic. And the discussion the chief and I have had is that's largely due to the leave policies that we have in the MOU, and also because of state and federal laws, Family Leave Act and those types of issues. That stuff all carries a cost. Not that I think anybody begrudges somebody from the legitimate use of leave, but you have to be careful in that negotiation process to understand the cost when you bump up those things. And that's what I mean in the operational end. Every one of those items needs to be costed as you consider those in a negotiation. And so I don't necessarily think that hiring more people necessarily offsets that cost. It may actually compound the problem. You have this extra board process, especially in the fire medic, from everything I understand, is probably a fairly efficient way to deploy staffing.
Any other questions? Well, are we ready to do C? I don't think this is something that we can get more information and defer another week. This has to be the grand finale.
Yes.
Well, what's everyone think?
You know, I know I've gone through this CIP numerous times. I've met with Brian a few times about it and other staff, and, you know, trying to find things to cut. I'm struggling after tonight, trying to find things that don't seem to have merit of some sort.
You know, as I go through it, I think that you have to look at things like, okay, we can't do the one-stop shop. I mean, that's about as plain as it gets. That would be, you know, one of the things that you would look at right off the bat. But yet at the same time, you know, we need the new facilities. You just need it for space. You know, and the fact that what we're looking at is something that makes sense, especially when you consider we're going to use leases that we have to help control a lot of those costs. So, you know, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about 19th Street. Okay, we can put it
Still
off.
gotta do a
We can
street.
put it off, but you got a sewer, and a water line that you gotta
You got a
fix.
24 rating PCI.
Yeah, like you, I've been through a number of these projects, and they all have an importance, generally to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Focused a lot over the last year in particular, but I think for the last 2 years, for sure, on doing some long-range planning. And one of the frustrations of long-range planning is sometimes it gets worse before it gets better. That you have to fix the problems you're dealing with, and that the improvements you get from those fixes don't always pay off immediately. I think solid waste is a great example. Implementing some changes that on the long term are going to produce some great, hopefully, cost benefits to this community and certainly service benefits. There's some initial pains, some initial frustrations on both our end and the community's end. And it's rather unfortunate that we don't get to see our immediate results right away, but that's kind of how life is. And so I think as a commission, we're taking a stand that, we truly do believe in long-range planning, and we truly do believe in prioritizing and moving towards a priority-based budgeting model, and I think these things are going to play out. It's kind of ugly tonight, but I think the pieces are coming together.
Yeah, we've been through this a couple of times now, so we were warned on this one. And I want to say thank you to the staff and to the public who's been engaged. We've had some good questions, and as Brian pointed out, Ms. Jasperson's questions led to a much greater understanding on a part of the commission and probably the public as well. So there's been a lot of good work that's been done, and I think we're making good progress in how we do our budgeting, and I appreciate that. This is a tough one. We've got some hard decisions. I think we're up to making them. But there's a couple things that, budgeting all the funds is so important, and I really appreciate that we're doing that. It's made a big difference in how we look at things, I believe. And we're still getting used to that because of the things that we're having to do, like the amended 2017 budget. But it's really good that we're doing them, so I appreciate that. There's still a few things that I have a little problem with, but I have to just deal with it. It's tough to do the 1.25, but frankly, I think that's our responsibility. We need to take care of the issues that face the community, and that's how we can do it. But I also want to continue the process of making sure that our enterprise funds are truly enterprise funds, that we continue to make sure that our costs are transparent. I think we've got a presentation coming up in September on that, so that people can see what we're doing. The transparency has improved greatly, and I'm so grateful for that. So thanks to everybody who's worked on this, and it's been a long slog. January, February, and August 1st. That's a lot of work, and I think you've done a good job. So thank you.
I've got one more thing. I want to talk about the police facility just for a minute and give my perspective on it, because I've gotten a lot of emails on that, and I know that it's a point of discussion in the community. When this came up for a vote, I voted against the police facility, and there were two reasons I voted against it. Was because I thought the land was inappropriate, the price of it, as well as the amount of land, as well as the type of funding, the sales tax funding for it. So that's why I voted against it. And when I came onto the commission, I had an opportunity to visit the facilities and tour the facilities in detail. and there's two things that sticks with me on that tour. The one is the evidence room at the LEC down there. The evidence room, if anybody's ever had a chance to go in there, I would strongly recommend it. Because when I walked in, I just about fell over because they have got ceiling to wall all the way with just evidence boxes all over the place. And what even struck me more, which concerned me, was the processing room that they have for their evidence. I think it's woefully inadequate in order to maintain quality control. My background is such that it is in the environmental field, and in quality control, quality assurance was number one when you're handling any type of evidence. And they do not have near the area to work in order to maintain that quality. And I find that very concerning, because at some point that could impact a victim if they can't process that evidence properly. The other thing that struck me, that sticks with me on the police facility, is at the ITC Center. When they showed me a room where they keep their, they have big plastic storage boxes for their weapons that they have to maintain. And when they opened up that room, it was so packed and stacked that to try to get access to that in any sort of quick fashion, I just don't think they could do it. And so I think it's a potential public safety issue. It was like opening your closet to where you just put stuff in there. There's just no room to put it. And so those two things just have always stuck with me. For the last 2 years, in 2017, during our budget process, when we did our priority ranking, it ranked number 1 as a priority needing to be done. 2018, it ranked number 1 as a priority that needs to be done. We have got to address that. And I fully respect that the citizens voted on this, but when we've committed to priority budget, we've committed to strategic planning, and when something ranks this high consistently over the last 2 years, I think we would be remiss not to address that. And so that's why I'm for that.
I guess I'm left. So it seems, and this doesn't surprise me, I think a month ago, I already figured out I would be the only one that would vote no on an increase, which I'm still going to do. I hope that after hearing my concerns, having to do more with prioritizing that we're doing across departments and even within departments, I'm not satisfied with them, that I feel like that we should raise property tax to continue that road, even though I like hearing everything that Tom said that he's working on. I just cannot do that. And when it comes to raising the property tax, for me, it doesn't have anything to do with the police facility that I'm voting no. We've got to do a better job where the police facility is prioritized above other projects in other departments. And so that shouldn't require that we're going to do all of these things. No, we should not do these other things and actually prioritize doing the public safety measures. To me, there's not appropriate prioritization that's still being done with this budget. So I get very frustrated when I go through the long list of, projects that to me look like they can be either not done at all just because they should be low priority automatically. I talked one week, about the parking lot at Holcomb and how that was prioritized over, making one park more useful to a small neighborhood. So and that's why I'm voting against it. Doesn't have to do with the police facility. I think that should be accommodated and could be within our budget without raising the rates, but it would take some really serious shaving from everywhere in all parts. And I'm hoping that saying this here tonight will let staff know for next year's budget what my thoughts are. That's why I'm sharing them, is that I think it can be done, because I think our staff is amazing. They do an amazing job, but I think we should be accommodating these things within our current budget. So that's my thoughts. Would someone like to make the motion? This is C that we're doing. We're not, I keep reaching for these things. We still have B to go through.
I move approval of ordinance number 9387, approving and appropriating the 2018 City of Lawrence operating and 2018 to 2022 capital improvement budget.
Second.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Boley, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Motion passes 4-1. All right, so now we're on to B. Did you guys need a small break before then, or shall we just dive in?
Just keep going.
Okay. So now is when we're going to talk about our water and sewer rates. And I've taken away the hammer. No banging on the giant pipe in the room. I don't know if Kurt can show that on TV, but there's a giant pipe in the room. We're not going to be banging on it.
Oh, I think they're going to.
Well, are we doing any kind of discussion on water sewer rates? Are we?
We can give you a kind of a presentation. We weren't sure that you wanted to get into that, but.
Do we want a short
I think-
presentation or a long one?
I think it may be beneficial.
He wheeled the whole pipe in here. We should let him.
Yeah, and there's some things that have been happening in the community here of recent that I think you need to hear about, and how many miles of this problem we have.
Is this a short presentation?
It can be.
Thank you.
No, I want to hear
Michael, get something up here real quick. I'll let you know that since we last talked to you about this topic and deferred it to this week, we've had 22 main breaks at a total cost of about $200,000. And so the pipe in front of you is from the Louisiana break, where we ended up replacing in about 29 hours 560 feet of line. Those people are still on a boil water order, about 9 customers, as we are continuing to go through the process of disinfecting that main to make sure it clears on the bacteriological tests that we need to do. But anyway, I had a discussion with Commissioner Herbert a little bit earlier about this, because he was here a little early. And we've got 13 miles of this kind of pipe that's ductile iron. This is a 1990 version. It's premature failure over what our models have that we've developed our rate costs on for water main replacement by about 75 years. So it's it's not, that's not good news.
your models.
Not for me,
Your
or
model
not
said
for you.
iron would last that long without any sort of cathodic protection.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
Right there.
On the installation,
It wasn't wrapped.
It wasn't
They
wrapped.
didn't
And
do
we've
that
got,
pr-
and 13 miles of that pipe exists today. So it's going to have premature failure more than likely. One thing we are doing to mitigate that, anytime we access this pipe, obviously this one we won't because there's nothing left of it, we're adding cathodic protection as we go, but it'll only be a point by point basis where we actually
Why don't you
access the
explain
pipe.
cathodic
Yeah,
protection?
yeah, do.
Yeah. Mike, you've got that better than I have. I'm a
Sure,
biologist.
I mean,
you're an
basically
engineer.
I was gonna say, basically what we do is we just add a sacrificial piece of metal that's welded to the pipe, and so it will degrade before the pipe does. Because basically what we're seeing is electric currents pull the iron out of the pipe, and you're left with just the carbon. And the best way I can explain it is it's like a pencil. You know, when it's full, brand new pipe, it's hard, it's a ductile iron pipe. Once the electrolysis happens, and that's why we use a hammer like that, is we can tap on it and it will just fall apart. It's very, very brittle.
That's why I don't want you to use the hammer on it.
That's
Make
why
a
we
mess
really
in here.
wanted to-
I was gonna say, on that piece of pipe, I think I can pull it off with my finger.
Yeah, you could probably just wrap it.
Yeah.
So I think we wanted to express that to you, that, you know, we continue to struggle like a lot of utilities do with infrastructure and infrastructure maintenance. I'm pretty proud of the utility department that I think with the past support of the commission and what we hope is your continued support is that we're making better headway than a lot of the people in the industry. And I think Lawrence is on the cusp of being able to hit the top of that curve and start to sustain what we have. Plant conditions are in great shape. I say that and something's going to happen. I shouldn't have said it. The buried infrastructure, we got a lot of work to do. So, but I think we are looking at technologies to help improve that, as well as do some of the other goals that you have with conservation rates. related to that to help hopefully in the long term defer some capital requirements, plus do what we need to do with the environment and energy consumption too. Because we spend a lot of money on energy and consumables, and we realize that, and we're doing some really neat technological things to try to get a handle on that and do a much more efficient job. So I think, Mike, you've kind of got a thing, and I think we can just go through that real quick. There's about 4 slides, I think.
Okay.
So,
Sure.
just to review a little bit.
I was going to say, most of this is stuff that we've already presented before in terms of a breakdown of that 8% rate is 4% of that is for operations and maintenance, 4% is for our capital improvement program. Oh, I guess it would help if I actually started there we go. So the 4% for operation and maintenance, just some of the bigger things on that list are the new Wakarusa will go into operation beginning in 2018. We do have to pay for the debt that we've issued for the existing projects or the existing programs that we've done. And then finally, the raw water costs that we see out at Clinton, that's all for our marketing contract through the state water office, so the Kansas Water Office, and we kind of know what their budget condition is. And so as some of our contracts come up, they're going to begin to negotiate those at the current rates versus the rates we got 40 years ago. And then in terms of the CIP, I think Dave mentioned some of those. The 4% CIP, we're putting a lot into that maintenance of our infrastructure to repair what we've already deferred, what's wearing out prematurely. And then obviously when we do road projects, some of them like 19th Street, where we have a need to get in and take care of that water line. In some instances where it's a widening or something with a newer water main, sometimes we have to relocate that water main. And, you know, I think those are things that we take into account now when we put those in, is if we think there's going to be something in the future, we try to make those so that we don't have to move them before they're worn out. Regulatory issues and commitment to public health that Dave mentioned. You know, we have an integrated plan with KDHE. We know that we're facing nutrient removal, where the current plant that we have will do nutrients, the existing plant will not. And the CIP that we presented, the end of that begins to do design for nutrient removal at the existing wastewater plant. Drinking water quality, you know, we all know about Michigan and the lead issues that we have there. You know, the other one that's high on our list is disinfection byproducts, and you know, we're trying to do some things to get rid of the organic carbon in our water, as well as try to limit how much disinfection that we have to do so that we can try to mitigate some of those disinfection byproducts. And then obviously our inflow and infiltration program, EcoFlow, to try to remove the rainwater so that we don't have to build bigger pipes and pump stations and treatment plants to deal with that if we can get it out of the system. Efficiency and quality of service. The AMI project is a prime example of that, of how we can get better data not only for the customers that we serve, but also for us in terms of how we engineer things in the future. We'll have a much better picture of where our water demands are and over what time frame those occur. And then finally, community growth. And then the last slide is just some additional information, and I think we've covered most of that earlier in our discussion about AMI. But like I said, I think it's a prerequisite for our individual inclining block rate that it's imperative that we give the customers the data that they need to be able to control where they fall inside of those blocks, and this will do that. It also has some ability, we believe, to do water quality assessments out in the distribution system that we don't currently have, and that they're not requirements today, but I think as the regulatory gets a look at some of these things, those are going to be more and more prevalent in terms of requirements that we have. And then, you know, I think improved meter accuracy. You know, we're going to replace about 20,000 meters as we go through the AMI project. And, there is an improved accuracy with newer meters. So as the meters get old or age, as I mentioned, they have internal moving parts, and as they get built up or as they begin to wear out, they move slower. And so they actually underreport. So one of the things that we get out of that is with that new meter, we'll get better accuracy on actual usage. And that's about all I have.
Any questions for staff? Okay, thank you. Let's do public comment. This public comment is about the water and sewer rates. If you're following along on the paper agenda, I guess we don't have any more back there, but we can print more. But B here is 5 items, all having to do with water, sewer, solid waste, and stormwater. Is there any public comment about those items? Okay, so we'll bring it back to the commission. Well, I'll start this one off. How does that sound? This is something I will actually vote in favor of. I mean, when it comes to these kind of infrastructure issues, these are crucial to our city. And yeah, watching Flint, Michigan, it was just horrifying, and what has happened there. And I think this is something that our city really excels at. I think we should continue to do so. And I'm happy to support this. I think something that we mentioned, I guess 2 weeks ago when we were last talking about this, is a lot of these rate adjustments have to do with the new wastewater treatment plant, which is something that I voted on 2 years ago. And it just kind of leads into the whole budgeting issue that I'm not going to go on about how we build new facilities and then make sure we budget them properly in the future, which Dave, I know you guys do a good job with that. But so this is just another piece of the puzzle, and in my opinion, I'll vote for it.
I think tonight's a perfect example of what city commission work is truly supposed to be about. You know, you hear the 2 things, public safety and infrastructure. And the 2 big items we've dealt with tonight, obviously the budget, but within that budget, you talk about a police facility, dealing with the police department, public safety. Commissioner Larson makes some really good points about the evidence storage room and, some real serious public safety issues that could come out of that. And then obviously infrastructure. I am deeply concerned about our water quality in Lawrence and the quality of our infrastructure. You look at this pipe, and I don't know how well the camera can pick up that pipe for people who are watching at home, but I mean, this thing, it's gone. There's gaping holes in it, and this was a pipe that we've budgeted to last 100 years, and this thing's younger than I am, and it's gone. It's sitting in our city hall because it's done, and there are some huge concerns. If we're dealing with a 27-year-old pipe that's completely done on a 100-year plan, we're going to have some really big budgetary problems that come up. 13 miles of that pipe that's lasted 1/4 of its life, and so we have to manage our assets, and we have to establish a plan to pay for this, not just today but long term. And so I think we have to be supportive of this. Nobody wants to raise the water rates, but we also need to have a game plan for when our 100-year pipe falls apart after 27 years.
Agreed.
I'd like to know the engineer that said that would be a 100-year pipe, because I can't even fathom what I know about that type of pipe, that they would say that without cathodic protection.
They said it
Unbelievable.
with cathartic protection.
Oh, they said it with, and we did not install
And
it.
we chose not to.
Well, then it's not going to be a 100-year pipe.
Then we need to make sure that we're budgeting for what the pipe is. We don't need to be budgeting for a 100-year pipe if we didn't make smart choices on the front end.
Well, I appreciate the presentation, and I'm hoping we're putting them in right when we put them in now. That's.
Okay.
I'll say just one more thing. And I do know that if we don't keep up with our costs by increasing the rates as little as we can each year, if we wait to do this 3-4 years down the road, we're going to wind up getting slammed with a huge increase. We've got to incrementally keep up with what the cost is to do business.
Okay, well, I'm going to read the motion. So I'm going to move that we adopt on first reading ordinance number 9375, establishing 2018 water and wastewater service rates and establishing 2018 water and wastewater system development charges. Adopt, Sherry, I can do all these at once, right? And adopt resolution number 7212, amending the development policy for the financing of public improvements within the city of Lawrence, Kansas, and repealing certain provisions of resolution number 5614, and authorize staff to amend administrative policy number 52 to comply with resolution number 7212. Adopt on first reading ordinance number 9371, establishing 2018 stormwater service rates, and ordinance number 9370, establishing 2018 solid waste rates.
I have a question about the solid waste rates. Question about solid waste.
Okay.
Tom, our overtime costs on solid waste, do we have those back under control at this point?
Tammy?
Tammy Bennett, Assistant Public Works Director, and I almost got out without speaking, sorry. I think we do. So we've talked about there's a trade-off between our regular time and our overtime, and I have watched very closely the total number of hours we're compensating, and we are down significantly from same time last year, total number of hours compensated for our employees. This week, I think our crews, if I can just, since I'm talking, if I can do a shout out, this is a tough week for the crews with move in, move out. They are working really, really hard. Kathy can confirm, but I think the crews were finished in about a 9-hour day, 9.5-hour day today, which is fantastic for this week of the year. That says a lot about the effort they're putting in. Did that answer your question a little?
How's our overtime costs? How are they going since we made the change?
Our overtime is in line with what we expected. We changed our operation so that Saturday is now overtime, and we're okay with that. It's still saving us money over the course of the week. Our routes now are not hitting overtime typically unless we have truck breakdowns that goes to the infrastructure cost.
You said there was a significant decrease in hours. Do you have any ballpark numbers or hard
I
numbers?
have a really big spreadsheet, and I cannot tell you the numbers straight off my head, but I have them
We'll come back with a
all.
report.
Okay,
Yeah.
that'd be nice to
Right.
hear some.
So happy to do that.
solid. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Does someone want to make that motion?
Did you
I
make the
read it.
motion?
Yeah, the motion's been made.
Yeah, I'll second it if it hasn't been seconded.
No, did I?
Was that not you making the motion? Okay. Well, then I would make the motion. Do I need to read the whole thing?
No, I already read it.
Great. I'll make that motion then.
Second.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Herbert, seconded by Commissioner Larson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, so now we're on to number 6. I got to ask before we start this, is this a quick deal?
Can
Okay.
be.
Okay, because if it's going to be long, perhaps we should make it another Tuesday, but
Oh, it's still early.
I
It's
think
only 10
quick.
o'clock.
No, we'd like to get this done.
We're just warming up.
all
I
right.
tell you what we can do, though.
What?
I can move my report to next week.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay.
If you want.
Well, I don't have one scheduled, so I'll just plug one in.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
I'm here for you.
Because I didn't get the chance to read it. I forgot to read it. So, thank you, Tom.
You bet.
Yeah, I've been a little busy.
So Mayor and Commissioners, Porter Arneal, Interim Communications Manager, we just want to keep you informed as to our progress with the sales tax and the educational program that we're developing. So all we are presenting tonight is we worked to, after the last meeting, Casey and I worked with a small group of staff to develop a communications plan outline, which is attached to this, and just gives you a sense of that's sort of the armature that we're going to be working with as we move forward. We will keep you informed as we develop more information and come up with more clear strategy as to how we're moving forward.
Thank you.
All right, any questions for Porter?
Just one, Mayor. Yeah, Porter, this looks pretty similar to what was done the last time that this happened, so do we follow a format that we had listed somewhere?
Casey has a terrific notebook with prior information, so we're using that. We're hoping to be a little more innovative and, you know, bring things up to speed. But yeah, basically it's the same general format.
Okay.
Any other questions for Porter? Any public comment on this item? It's Hayden.
Yes, sorry, I'll be brief. Hello again, Hayden Maples with Douglas County Libertarians and Lawrence Sunset Alliance this time. First, thank you for all the responses on the budget questions, and congrats to the two candidates moving forward. On this issue, I'm concerned about the nature of the education that will be provided based on the language in the outline or the plan. I understand the city is in favor of renewing these taxes, but I am opposed, and my tax dollars will be used to advocate for something I stand against. I took special interest in the acknowledgement of the regressive nature of sales tax, which will be, quote, mitigated by providing funds to address affordable housing, end quote. I appreciate the recognition, but if you took 55 cents from me and gave a nickel back, I don't see that as reason to celebrate. Anyway, will there be an opportunity for you as commissioners to comment on materials prior to approval and distribution? It sounds like there will be. And will there be similar opportunity for members of the public, me? If not, just let me remind everyone now that sunsets are beautiful.
Thank you, Hayden. Any other public comment? Okay.
I think the key distinction is education, not advocacy, in terms of this program. And I think the state law is very clear on that distinction. So we will be following state law to make sure that we're in compliance with that.
It doesn't look like there's an actual motion on this. We just received the update.
There is a motion.
Is it on the staff memo, perhaps?
No, it's on the agenda.
It just says direct staff as appropriate.
Yeah. It says receive the update.
Okay, so we formally need to
receive and accept the update.
Thank you. I guess I am tired.
Second.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Herbert, seconded by Vice Mayor Boley to receive the update. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimous. All right, we've officially received that. Any commission items?
Thank everyone that came out and voted tonight.
Yeah,
Whether you voted
congratulations.
for me or against me, I'm glad they came out. It's, you know, 10% turnout is not probably something to celebrate, but hopefully by November we can bump that up a little bit.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's a little humbling, I have to admit.
Yeah, you really blew me away there, Lisa.
All right, so any other commission items? So city manager's report, sounds like we're skipping.
Just one item.
Please.
I'd like to welcome Derek Rogers, your new Parks and Rec
okay,
Director, to his first official city commission meeting.
It's a long one. Thank you. We'll have to make sure you understand you have to come and talk to the microphone. There's a lot of people that watch at home, so they can't hear you when you speak in the audience. Welcome aboard. Okay. And so next week's agenda will have the item that we deferred from tonight. Not next week? 2 weeks? Okay.
15.
Okay. So the 8th is our work session.
Oh, it did on
Oh, the
the
advisory boards.
on the meeting calendar. It had looked like on August 15th we had placed the citizen review board conversation.
That's next week.
So that's on the 8th.
Oh, no, the
it's
citizen
on the
review.
15th,
Oh, the
right?
citizen review is the advisory boards, is on the 8th.
The advisory board
What
is
do we have on the 15th?
Tuesday.
The ordinance is coming back?
Well, it's could come back.
Yeah, it
I would
could-
just encourage some more conversation on, given that the ordinance, the language was drafted in conjunction with the LPOA and the city, and I know both the chair and the vice chair of the LPOA are in training on the 15th. And to hold a meeting like that and not invite half of the people that helped write it, I think would be a mistake, but for what it's worth.
Well, I would point out that at a public meeting, I think is the appropriate time for any interested party to make comments on that ordinance. The Lawrence Police Officers Association has had an opportunity to have direct communication with legal counsel, city's legal counsel, and inform them of their opinions, which has resulted in some changes and some things that have not changed. So I think it's close to being returned. Now, having said that, if in fact they can't be here, I don't have a problem with scheduling that at a time when they can be.
Yeah, both the chair and the vice chair will be in training on the 15th.
That's fine. We can move it to a different date.
Any other city manager's report?
Nothing.
August 15th.
Okay, so now we're on to calendar. Nothing? Okay. Looks like we can adjourn. I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Mayor Soden to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Larson. I almost started calling you different titles. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thanks for sticking it out, everyone. I was like, Lisa, Vice Mayor, Mayor, what? Commissioner. She's the Commissioner.